What's up, Fortnite fam? With the start of the new season comes new updates to the game. But how can we expect some of these changes to impact competitive? Let's talk about it right now. The first change we have to talk about is the Wraith Cave. You may have known this area as Covert Cavern or Command Cavern in the past. However, now it is the bright and bumpin' Wraith Cave. This area has been stacked with stationary mobility items like the slipstreams, launch pads, and geysers surrounding it. Another huge advantage to the area is the elevation on top of the Wraith Cave and nearby. It is very easy to get surge tags from this POI, as well as a good understanding of what is ahead of you as you rotate. On top of all this, it has an incredible loot spread throughout the cave. This drop has up to 65 chest spawns, making it the most of any POI on the map. Also, you can now access the vault with your teammates instead of having to get that pesky card. While the POI is incredible, it's not the only new one on the map.
The brightest new POI on the map is Reality Falls. Located on the western half of the island, this new location features beautiful trees, waterfalls, and assortment of new terrain. When teams are landing at Reality Falls, they have two main options: landing on the reality tree itself or on the waterfall side. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. Players landing at the reality tree have fast access to chests for quick looting and also the reality tree's mobility. There's no materials up there, however there's a ton at the base, and they can use the air vent from the tree to go and grab some on the east side of the POI. On the waterfall side, players near the falls have much more loot available to them, but with a catch. A large amount of this loot can be found underground, alongside an almost unbelievable amount of fast harvesting brick. This means that players landing here can easily be pushed and pinched by teams landing at the reality tree. So if you really want to land here, make sure your box fighting skills are up to par. Reality Falls won't just be used by the players landing there, however. With the viable drop spots nearby, you will see other players rotating through this POI to utilize the tree's air vent for rotations. You can travel roughly 450 meters with this, so this will definitely be utilized a lot for far zones. While we all know and love the standard mushrooms we've had for seasons, a new one has appeared known as the Bouncy Slurp Shroom. If you walk or even bounce on these, they will give you 15 shield or health. You'll have to wait another 20 seconds before they recharge to do it again, but in the meantime you can use them as fall damage protection and mobility around the entire biome, even jumping onto things around you like an old depot container. These allow players to keep a lot of the healing items they find in the early game, as they won't be needed when landing near these trusty mushrooms, so we expect that teams leaving this biome will have an inventory stacked full of heals. Now, an interesting strategy with these are to box them up in the mid game and use them to recover health whilst going for surge tags. You may be wondering, how is that possible? Well, since they recharge every 20 seconds, you can trade some damage with another team, and rather than using your shields to heal up, you can continually use these mushrooms, keeping you stacked for the endgame.
The new geysers offer great mobility. They're spread throughout the new biome in the southwest corner of the map. The geysers activate every 14 seconds, and this occurs with or without players standing on it. If you are on a geyser when it explodes, it shoots you up into the air, giving you the ability to glide. Pay attention when you're near a geyser. You cannot build directly on top of it. Additionally, the geyser will break players' builds. They can be great for rotations, but be careful parking yourself too close. Lastly, we have to talk about all the scavenger routes you can find within this biome. There are numerous chests, floor loot, and ammo boxes located outside of the named areas. Believe it or not, there's actually more to take advantage of on the outskirts of this area than what is within Reality Falls. On top of this, you have a great spread of material to farm as you rotate around the outskirts. While it is heavily wood and brick, you could find a decent amount of metal. On top of all the loot and material you can find, you'll also notice how covered you are with the surrounding trees and large mushroom structures. This provides a seamless early game as you rotate around and prepare for the mid and late game.
With FNCS right around the corner, understanding this new area is going to be very important to the season. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep! What's up, Fortnite fam? We gotta talk about all the new weapons and some adjustments to the previous loot pool. Let's go ahead and get started.
The Hammer AR is a new addition to the loot pool, providing a new go-to in the medium ammo department. The nice thing about this weapon is the small bloom radius, making it much easier to use than the Ranger AR. It also fires similarly to the standard AR we saw in previous chapters. The only thing to be aware of is the recoil. It takes some time to get used to in comparison to previous ARs, however, once you get it down, you are going to put in some serious damage on your opponent. We see the hammer used often in solos as a secondary weapon, instead of carrying an SMG. If you mix the hammer with a striker shotgun and a DMR, Storm Surge will not be a factor as tags will be easy to come by.
Drop it.
Next up is the DMR. This powerful scoped AR feels like a blend of a sniper rifle and a standard AR, and while this is an assault rifle, it shoots far slower than the other ones in the game, making it a bit more difficult to hit your opponent. However, when that shot lands, it causes significant damage, giving you an incredible edge in your fight. While this weapon is considerably more viable in zero build, it has a special place in competitive play. So far, we've seen a significant amount of players utilizing this for surge tags and to kickstart engagements. With that kind of power in your hands, it makes sense finding a slot for it in your inventory.
Drop it.
Now, while the Hammer AR and the DMR are new, we have some changes to the existing ARs from the previous season. Now, although the damage output of the Burst AR has been adjusted from last season, it's still great for surge tags at further distances due to the scope on it. While this is a huge advantage to have in these situations, it isn't very useful in box fights. So you're definitely going to want to avoid using this without an SMG and striker pump in your inventory to back it up. Another AR adjusted was the Ranger. This trusty AR now allows for a slightly tighter bloom with a bit more damage than we've seen in the past. Even after these adjustments, this should be a last resort when you have a selection of other options on the table.
Drop it.
The next addition we're going to talk about is the two-shot shotgun. As the name says, this interesting shotgun shoots 2 shots at a time. While this may sound like an advantage at first, the timing is a bit tough to master. While it's not as strong as a striker pump shotgun might be, it still has its moments to shine. The biggest advantage to this weapon is its quick pull-out time, which is considerably better than other shotguns. However, those shots come and go quick, so if you're not lined up and in their face, you may miss the shots.
Last thing we've added this season is the Grapple Glove. This is similar to other utility items in the past, but have some key differences. The biggest difference is the cooldown time as you land. In other iterations of this item, we have seen you be able to hit shots as you land from using them. This time, however, you need to make sure you space out enough time to fully land and take the shot. In competitive play, these can be used 10 times per glove and can be found in set locations across the map. With all these changes in mind, what loadouts do you think we're going to see this FNCS season? Make sure to tune in to find out. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
What's up, Fortnite fan? My name's Levin2K and I am joined by the wonderful Reese, Hub, and Takata. Give me your thoughts. What are you excited about when it comes to the new map?
I actually think one of the coolest parts of that is around Rave Cave, where we've just got like the slipstream that's come back, right? You know, got rifts all around. You can use the kind of mobility in that kind of top left corner of the map.
I mean, it's more planning though. It's what you have to do beforehand, the preparation, right? You have to know if you want to stay in zone and loot a little bit more, well, you have to drop in a POI that's going to have this natural mobility and allow you to rotate out quickly.
What are the pros carrying in their inventories in the FNCS?
Yeah, so up to this, I mean, the combat SMG, it was pretty meta, right? The players loved using it, but now that it's removed, it opens up a new slot.
I'm thinking the Hammer Assault Rifle now has even higher priority, or, you know, if you're going to take the burst, you should probably take the Stinger SMG alongside it as well.
The Grapple Glove, it's such a huge part of this season. What are you sort of excited about when it comes to that?
You know, I'm excited to see how the players adapt and use it to the best of their ability, right? Because you only have a certain amount of shots with it. If you use it all in the early game, then your late game rotates are going to be difficult.
The most important in my eyes is the teams who are strong in the early and mid game are the teams who use it best in end game, because if you're weak in your early and mid game, you're going to waste a bunch of the uses. Like I said, you've only got 10.
Who are some of your favorites, you know, to sort of take the whole thing? If you're making a way early prediction, right, who are the teams you're most excited about?
You can never, ever, and I mean ever, not pick Tayson. It's like, in any FNCS.
You sound like me right now.
Yeah, I know, sorry. Do you want to switch chairs?
Look, there's a lot of powerful duos that did good in the last FNCS and also in recent Cash Cups. I mean, like you just said, we have Tace and Chapix, we have Merstash Malibuka, we have Tripper and Thomas. I mean, there's a lot of options, but I'm gonna have to go with Camiseti. And maybe we could see a little change in playstyle. Maybe they go a bit more for the high ground with those grapple gloves, and a little change like that with all the synergy they've had being teammates for so long. I mean, taking home an FNCS, it's something that I want to see them do.
Having the combination of Queasy alongside Vino is incredible, because you got to think back, we've had 2 seasons in this chapter. Of course, in season 1, Queasy won it with Haim. Last season, Vino won it with Aqua, and now they're coming together. So we have no more like full teams of the champions of their respective season, but now they're playing together, which is very, very exciting for me.
The format has changed, right, in terms of actual point format for the FNCS. What is that going to mean for the players in these big lobbies?
Yeah, so there's 1 less elimination point now in these finals lobbies, and I mean, it's going to change a lot. These players have been playing extra aggressive in the late games, trying to secure as many eliminations as possible alongside that placement. But now that there's less elimination points, I don't know if it's going to be enough to change the play style of these duos.
So basically what we're saying is that Cammy and Seti have been buffed and hype teams.
Also, yeah, exactly. The good teams have been buffed, and the other type of good teams have also been buffed.
Yeah, so there's an advantage here for anyone who's willing to take it, essentially. Well, look, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure being able to break things down with you. Looking forward to doing it more across the season as well. See you guys all very soon. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy the show.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. It's that time again, that time of the season. Welcome to the Chapter 3, Season 3 FNCS. There's a lot to cover. I know you want to watch some games, so let's get this show started.
Let's go, I'm ready for the win.
Let's go, here I come.
I'm gonna do it. I'm definitely ready for this. I'm very confident in my duo. That's why I'm here.
My strength is my aim. I'm one of the best aimers in Fortnite.
My best skill is the IGL. Right now I'm really good.
Good luck to all playing, because I'm playing the best I've ever played.
If you want to contest me, don't do it.
If I find you in 1v1, I smash you.
If anyone contests me at my drop spot, it's gonna be pretty easy to eliminate you.
I'm the best player, the best aim.
I'm always ready for finals.
It's not about the money, it's just about first place, win a tournament.
I'm ready to win and I'm coming for the prize pool.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Oh baby, Chapter 3, Season 3 FNCS. I could not be more excited to be here. New color, possibly some new friends. Let me introduce you to them. Making her broadcast debut as an analyst, it's the best Taco. And of course, we got Reese Hub back at it again. Oh man, look at these two incredible human beings.
Good looking, aren't we?
Well, I don't think
humble as well.
Yeah. That's the way to be. Welcome, friends. Chapter 3, Season 3. How are we feeling?
Fantastic, man. I've been here like 10 seasons or something, so I know I'm accustomed to it now. I feel comfortable, but always as excited as ever, though.
Taco, first time here. Welcome.
First time here, and it's already feeling as cozy as ever, Zeke. I'm not gonna lie. Everything just really seeming to really fall into place for the Fortnite series here.
It's so exciting. Guys, there's a lot that we have to cover. We got to get into games pretty soon, so why don't we go ahead and start the show? All right, let's go this way. We're going to talk about the broadcast schedule, all right? If you're watching and you're like, man, Zeke, what's this like? How long is this going for? What is going on? How many, where are we going? How many qualifiers, semifinals, and finals? Don't even worry, we got you covered, okay? This is qualifier number 1. We'll be here for several weeks, okay? We got one going on right now. Next week, we'll have Friday and Sunday, so make sure you guys come on back. Now, don't worry too much later, okay? Because after that, you can see on your screen, semifinals, finals not that far after. Mark your calendars, okay? You don't want to miss any of the finals action, but that's enough of the broadcast schedule. I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh man, Zeke, but what about the duos? Who are we watching? Well, don't worry. Reese and Taco got us covered.
All those duos, there's a bunch of people, of course, left up. But this time, we're going to go through the format first. Of course, we've got one thing that really matters here, the champions at the end and the finals. That is where all of the cash is going to be. But of course, we're not there yet. That's in a couple of weeks, but we've got to get there first. And that's what these qualifiers are all about. We're currently in qualifier number 1. And I think what's really important, the main takeaway from today is that top 5 on the leaderboard goes through. So it doesn't matter if you win. That's cool. Bragging rights, of course.
It's always good.
But 5th is also what you really need to get up to. If you're in there, make it straight through to where all the money is in the finals. But of course, in order to figure out how the leaderboard works, how are they going to get those points?
They need to get those points by collecting their placements here, Reese. And the Victory Royale is the main one to keep an eye out for because that's a primo 32 points to collect. And after that, second place dropping down to 29, going through 5th. 1 point splits these placements. But have to keep in mind, each elimination is going to be worth an additional 2 points here. So eliminations matter just as much as making it through, because if you end up at 31st through 45th, or 31st through 35th, excuse me, you're not going to really find yourself with too many points here. But more importantly, 36 and onwards could find you in the danger zone because you get no points for that.
That's the smelly game. You know you've had a rough one. You know things ain't going so good. But anyway, of course, once we get through all of that and once we get to our finals there's going to be some nice prizing, which I'm sure our boy Zeke will break down for us nicely.
Oh, thank you. You guys are doing fantastic. Let's take a look at our pricing. So once again, don't forget, this is for finals. So we're not seeing this now, but during that finals time, $300,000 for that duo that can come in first place. And of course, the Acts of Champions 2.0. So much to play for. Now, let's go ahead, hone in, and take a look at the list of players we'll be watching compete today.
If we've got to obviously have a tournament without some of the best players in EU, which is the best region. And if we look up to the top left, the one that's going to start to point out to me right now, of course, is Floki and Clement. It wouldn't be an FNCS without these guys, truly, because Clement has managed to make it to 13 of the 14 FNCS finals. And of course, this right here is the qualifier for the 15th FNCS final. So, I mean, if you're going to put your bets on anyone, history would show that Clement seems to be a good pick to go for.
Also have to remember that even leading into this qualifiers race, these two came in at first place here. So they've definitely come out swinging, and they're certainly going to be a duo to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, and this is something they're not going to have to deal with. Obviously, we're watching right now the off-spawn, which they've had a ton of last season, the season before, 20 other seasons before that as well. These guys are always fighting off-spawn, but today they have no one contesting them at all in the kind of north side of Chonkers there. So they should, fingers crossed, should have a good setup off spawn and potentially have a run at the top 5.
Hey, might not be contested at the start, but I know a duo that can contest them later on, and that's going to be Thomas HD and Trippern that we're going to have to really keep an eye out for all of these teams, because these guys absolutely love to clutch it up, Reese. I think that's the primary takeaway that I've really noticed with these two whenever they come out to perform. It doesn't matter if one of them loses out early on, you can always depend on the other to make up the difference.
Absolutely, you know, and a lot of the times we've seen Thomas H do that. Thomas HD is basically the clutch player. He's always that guy that you can rely on in an end game. But similarly, Trippern has put some fantastic performances. I remember last season's finals, there was a phenomenal pop-off from him all the way through there as well. And now they seem to be working together much more as a duo, which is something that they struggled at a lot in the earlier stages of last season. So super, super happy to see that. But again, if we move over to our next page, of course, that's the top 50 players, 25 teams. Right now, we've got obviously the next 50 as well. Top left, Tayson and Chapix. What more could we say, really?
I mean, we were just talking about the consistency between some of these other duos, but Tayson and Uguay are going to be the primary ones that you have to keep in mind when it comes to that word consistent. Tayson in particular, I think, more hungry than ever before to try and pull out a win here today.
I think so. I'm really impressed with him so far this season because he's usually a player that gets better as the season goes on. He's like an athlete peaking for competition. There's the more general kind of skills work at the start of the season, and as it goes on closer to that finals tournament, he gets better, and then places in the top 3 nearly every single time. But this season, something's different. He's practicing, he's playing, and it showed already in the tournaments this season. He's looking so good. And I'm talking a lot about him, but of course, Uguay, aka Chapix as well.
Yeah, the way that these two just synergize off of each other is absolutely incredible. I mean, more importantly, they've been a duo for such a long time here, Reese. It's so easy to build that teammate synergy when you have as much experience as these two. And, well, in all honesty, I'm kind of expecting some big things out of this duo.
Me too. We'll talk about that one later than the predictions, though. But the last team we want to highlight right here, ADN and Hardfind. Thank you very much for the visual representation there as well. ADN is a player who has been named, not by me, by the community as a wasted talent, right? That is what I hate
Maybe
to see.
having a chance to live up to his fullest potential here in this tournament, though, because he seems like someone that's really on the up and coming as of late.
Definitely, because like he's been around for a long time, but he's not been on the grind. He's not been practicing, not been playing. And now this season, things are totally different. He basically last season, their coach was playing instead of him in duo scrims with Hardfire and Harry, my boy. I love him. He's my man. They were practicing like that. And now this season, it's ADN. He's the one who's saying, I want to scrim. I want to practice. He is the one kind of pushing that forward, which is fantastic to see.
And it's crazy to think, too, because when you already have such natural gunner talent and then you're adding a little bit of practice to it, only good things can happen from there.
Absolutely. Right now, obviously, we're talking about talent. We've got some other talent over here to talk about a king talent as well.
That's right. Last season, Levin dubbed this particular player a king. This is in the lobby with Jerky.
What's up, everyone? My name's Levin2K, and I'm joined in the lobby by the one and only Jerky, also known as Jura King. I called you Jura King last FNCS finals. Are you sticking with that nickname? Or do you have a nickname that people already call you?
I really like Jura King, but I mean, Turkey, the Peace King. I mean, that's my name.
We'll figure it out. After this next FNCS, one of them will stick. But look, so how did you actually get into Fortnite?
I got into Fortnite through my friends, and at school they asked me, let's go play Fortnite, right? This new game, crazy game that came out, and I was more like, maybe. And then 2 days later I tried it and I fell in love with it instantly. I actually bought the whole Season 2 Battle Pass, my proudest purchase now. I have the Black Knight.
You know, you start off, Season X is where things maybe start getting a bit serious for you, and then eventually you end up winning FNCS. But in that period of time, what was the key to helping you become that player?
So I think what actually held me back was my aim, which now obviously doesn't make sense, but at the start I had really good mechanics, so I was really flashy and fast, and my edits were really good. But then I always missed that shot, that crucial shot to get me that elimination. I obviously missed it always. And then I got in contact with my trainer, my coach, and he helped me with a lot of my scenarios, my routines, and that's how I improved.
Talk to me about eventually them playing with Creasy and Truelets, because those are two players who very established names in the scene at the time. How was that experience playing with those guys?
I was obviously happy. I told them, yeah, I'm gonna give it a try, but then I was really nervous, right? At the start, I couldn't really hit my shots, and I didn't want to do mistakes with them because I obviously didn't want to get the job for another player. But after a while, I got comfortable with them, and obviously that was the biggest chance I ever got in my Fortnite career.
Was there a moment in that season, right, where you sort of realized, we're going to win the FNCS?
Yeah, definitely. So in Heat, when we won the Heat, after that, I told my dad, we're getting top 3 definitely. And he said, maybe you're even going to win it. And I was like, maybe. And we did.
Of course, the last 2 seasons, you've not made it to the FNCS finals, and you've definitely been, good enough players to do that U and I drop. How has that been sort of for you, from a mental perspective?
After FNCS, my drive kind of went downhill, right? And I think that was my biggest problem, my biggest issue. But then a season or 2 after, I realized that I have this big opportunity in front of me with the FNCS behind my back. It's just a learning curve. Either you win or you learn, and that's what we stick by, me and Ijo.
It's been an absolute pleasure being able to talk to you, my guy. Let the people know where they can find you online.
Follow me on Twitter, obviously, at JUR3KY, and yeah, that's basically my main social.
Guys, be sure to go check him out. He's an absolutely spectacular Fortnite player. Thank you again for joining me in the lobby. It's been Levin2K and Juriki. We'll see you guys all soon.
Peace out.
Thank you so much to Jerky for hanging out with us in the lobby. So we took a look at our 50 duos, but why don't we take a deeper dive on a newly formed duo this season with some very familiar names. It's Hen and Mr. Savage at Tilted Towers.
I'm sure a lot of you will be looking back going, Hen, Mr. Savage, if you haven't caught up with I don't want to say the drama of the season, but the gossip. Main first takeaway here is, of course, Benji Fishy, unfortunately retired from Fortnite Competitive, which I'm very sad to see one of my favorite players go. But of course, that left Mr. Savage looking for another duo, of course.
Myself as well. I mean, Benji Fishy is definitely a player, I think, with a lot of legacy in his name when it comes to the Fortnite scene. But Mr. Savage, you know, he's still looking to compete. He's still looking to place as well, and I think Hen is just the guy to get it done.
I agree with that. Their drop spot right now, Tilted Towers, they seem to have everything to yourself. But in all honesty, I haven't seen it work that well, right? Right now, Hen is a player who kind of gets a little bit impulsive, kind of goes off, makes some of his own solo plays. And when I saw he was playing with Mr. Savage is fast on his feet. He's got a big brain. You'd think he'd be able to mesh with that, understand that playstyle. But so far, the actual stat coming out from the previous round so far was that Mr. Savage... Oh, I'm bracing you for this one for a second. Out of the 7 games, Mr. Savage was alive last every time. So Hen went down 6 of the 7 games first. So there's a little bit of impulsive plays going on from him right now, which... Whole thing is, though, if they go right, they go really right.
Hey, a little bit of a heat check maybe from Hen, just leading into things, you know, but I think he's got the momentum that he needs in order to really get himself and Mr. Savage ahead through these qualifier rounds. But again, we have to talk about some of the other talent that's going to be present here. Queasy and Vino. Now, this is a power duo that's almost like a dream come true.
It is, of course. This is Queasy, who we just saw was playing with Hen the last 2 seasons. They won Season 1, then 8th in Season 2, which is incredibly impressive. Vino, of course, won last season as well. So this meshing up really it's kind of interesting to me because Vino is kind of a bit of an upgraded Hen. I don't want to... It sounds like I'm talking bad about my boy Hen here. I love Hen. He's one of the best players in the region.
Always thinks a little.
But when we're talking about like Vino up here being one of the most aggressive good fighters, but he also has decision making is a little bit better, means that I think this is now a bit of an improved duo. I'm slightly worried about their chemistry though.
Well, when you have 2 players that are as aggressive, I think, as these two, at least their gunplay is accurate. And that is the main thing that I'm going to keep an eye out for between these two, because even though they might have a little bit of that solo mentality, when it comes to a new duo, Honeymoon Special, I think, can be the takeover here for this team.
Yeah, we'll see. Fingers crossed if that can get them through into a qualification. The next team, of course, Malibuca and Mustache, a team who certainly is not on a honeymoon spree because these guys have been together for a long time. I think their anniversary is probably coming up at this point. They've been really, really good so far. But every issue that I've seemed to have with these guys is their off spawn. I actually watched some of their off spawn in this drop spot loot lake earlier, and they have some questionable drops for it. They're getting out dropped pretty frequently. Other players are landing first instead of them. So luckily there's no one contesting them this time though.
Hey, it's a hotspot for a reason, and without anybody to contest them, that could be dangerous for these other 49 duos, Reese, because these guys are ones where if you see them in the mid to late game, that's where you need to be concerned, because when it comes to that mid and late game especially, that's where the takeover really shines.
Yeah, remember Qualifier 1 last time? These guys won the 3 games they got off spawn, so if they're looking for a repeat today, that could be incredible. But look, I love breaking down the action with you, but I think we should involve our boy in denim over there, the double denim, should I say, sorry.
Double denim, that's your boy. It's Zeke. All right, come on over here.
I'm coming.
We've taken the deep dive in on the duos, but now why don't we pit some of these against each other, right? Let's talk about some head-to-head matchups. Landing at the fungi.
The depot
split. That's what we're calling it. That's what we're sticking with. We got Nebs. We got Reason going head-to-head. What can we expect out of this matchup?
We can expect a battle for grapple gloves, right? But that's the thing. The depot split has split in the name because it's not a POI. They're obviously landing kind of in the middle of nowhere, it seems like, right here, kind of taking a bunch of this loot all the way around there. Perfect timing, look at that. And now down, obviously you can see in the southwest corner of the map. So they are getting access to the grapple gloves, but they're trying to land here, of course, because typically when you land a split drop like this, it's more safe. However, because there's grapple gloves there, 2 more teams are landing. It's worth fighting over.
Well, there might be a couple other teams joining them, but also you have to remember all of those teams, they might not necessarily find the materials they need to actually transition fluidly into that mid-late game aspect, Reason. That is always a little bit of a scary component to keep in mind, because sure, you might have all that mobility, but if you don't have anything to build with it, what good is the mobility if you're just going to get shot down in the sky anyway?
Absolutely, and this is about to see where the drop spot is for the grapple gloves, of course, which was on the far east side there. So what I've seen from these two fighting off spawn, kind of just 50-50 on the east side, go for the grapple gloves. Looks interesting. Reason's coach said they're going to win 4-2 on a bad day, so I'm not too sure exactly who I'll give it to, but probably them.
On a bad day.
On a bad day.
Wow. Okay. I'm excited to see this matchup. We got another one for you. Going down at Reality Falls. Now, we do know Reality Falls is kind of the last place on the map that offers any kind of mobility.
Yeah.
What can we expect out of that?
So, of course, there's the reality tree in the center, which is kind of like a big wind tunnel, right? Sends you flying. So what we've seen is Vortex's team landing straight in that, and they are incredibly aggressive. Almost in a way that they make mistakes because of it, but they will push. They will take anyone in this area. And for DKS and Bad Sniper, who's landing over here the waterfall side, they're not safe.
This would be the jump scare landing spot in my mind, because there's just so much coverage here for a lot of these duos to try and take advantage of, and that's something that I'm definitely expecting these two to look to prioritize. And when you have the capability to maybe even look for some of that eagle eye advantage from up top, that could definitely be a nice little advantage swing for them.
Absolutely, and that was the spot that we see they were going to land in right there, where the triple chests are. So thing is though, DKS, as we saw, if you watched that content piece a little bit earlier on at the top of the show there's a lot of materials down there. There's a lot of brick down there as well, which means they can kind of harvest their way in, keep enough, and try keep an advantage and keep them pushed away. But at the same time, look, we've got to throw this over to Zeke. I'm sure our boy's got something good for us.
I got another content piece to throw your way. We asked some of our competitive players, hey, if you could have any loadout, what would you want? We've got the answer. This is legendary loadouts.
The legendary loadout for slot 1, the assault rifle, the golden one.
Best weapon in the game.
Has a very high damage.
36 damage to the body, and you just need 6 shots to eliminate.
I would love to have a golden hammered assault rifle, because I feel like it's the best AR for close range and also for mid range and far range.
For slot 2, I like the pump shotgun from the Stark season, the gold one, of course.
I think it's best shotgun in the game.
Best shotgun that Fortnite ever had.
It does 220 damage into the head.
Striker pump, since I think it's the best pump that has ever been in the game and the most balanced especially. My third slot, I would love to have shockwave grenades, since you can just get on high ground easy with that.
Perfect item because you just easy can escape from somebody.
Because it can break builds and you can easily rotate everywhere.
In my opinion, it's best movement in the game. In slot 4, I would have 6 flashes.
Chuck splashes, because it's the fastest way to heal.
It's obviously the best healing item in the game. You can heal your team members and yourself.
But fourth slot is a smaller shield potion, because you can carry a lot of them and it's like only 2 seconds to pop it.
In slot 5, I would have 6 mini shields.
Mini shields, because I just think it's the second best healing after Chuck Splash it, and you especially need it in grand finals and in very stacked games.
And for the 5th slot, I would choose floppers, because you can do some very good plays with floppers in late game.
On the 5th slot, I like the Chuck because you can get from 1 HP to 200 HP in like 15 seconds. A lot of people say 15 seconds is a long time, but if you alone, no one's near to you, you can pop it easy.
Once again, thank you to the players for hanging out with us for these content pieces. Now, you've heard from us. Why don't we say hello to our in-game team? Come on out, Mini Miner, Tokata, and 11-2K. And I know what you're thinking, wait a minute, Zeke, 3 people. Well, check this out, 11-2K, Tokata. They will be your casters. And Mini Miner is a brand new role. He's going to be the in-game analyst. He's going to be popping at the beginning of the game saying, hey, here's what you need to focus on as we watch through this game. Very exciting times. We have a little bit of time here before we have to talk about predictions. So let's talk about expectations coming into Chapter 3, Season 3. We know a ton of mobility has been removed. So how can we expect some players to shift up their playstyle to kind of like accommodate for this change?
I mean, there's still the grapple gloves in, but things like launch pads are, of course, gone. So if you're not good in the early and mid game, and you can't get yourself into a good position to use the grapple gloves, essentially you're going to be wraps. So I'm looking out for the teams who are really, really good off spawn and their surge positions, hills, all of those kind of things. If you're not, sorry, you're bottom of the leaderboard.
Probably not going to have a whole lot of fun if you can't get that mobility going early on, or just the strong gunplay like you were mentioning. But at the same time, I think that it all boils down to the momentum aspects, and momentum is a pretty easy thing to build.
Like, spoiler alert, we're going to be talking about grapple gloves a lot this season because we're seeing some of the best teams in Fortnite completely switch up where they land just to prioritize those. It just is such a great item for these teams. It allows them to simplify so many aspects of their game so much. It's going to be a key part of the season. It might get boring for us talking about it, but we'll do our best to make it exciting, trust me.
But look, I think some of the duos that are going to have a upper edge alongside the opponents are the ones that make use of the natural mobility. There is so much natural mobility in this season, so the ones that can really make the most out of it are going to be the ones that are coming out on top.
You love to see it. So it's that time. Let's talk predictions. Mini Miner, I want to start with you, and then we'll kind of make our way backwards. You're going to notice something when you look at these predictions, okay? First off, I just want to say I'm playing good guy Zeke, but we'll get there in a moment. Mini Miner, Tokata, you guys are going with Queasy and Joe's dog, which we know is Vino. So talk to me about why you believe these guys could end in the top 5 today.
Yeah, of course, one of the most experienced duos are winning FNCS right here. Of course, right here, you just need to be getting through to the next stage. It's qualifier number 1, and I have no doubt that this team will make it through. They're landing at shifty shafts, they're uncontested, they have plenty of loot, plenty of materials, plenty of mobility with the grapple gloves nearby, loads of great positions for Surge as well, and so many teams around them are going to be contested. So it's going to be a little bit of a surge farm for them to Carter. I think it's going to be great to watch them today.
Look, like you're saying, they've got it all, right? They've got the grapple gloves, they got the positioning, they got the on-con POI, but also Vino, but I'm going to go by his in-game name, Joe's dog, is going to be coming with that confidence from last season. I mean, being the champion alongside Aqua in the most recent duo FNCS, you know he's going to be feeling a little bit hyped up, going to feel confident, and going to feel good going into today.
Yeah, another spoiler alert. When it comes to Tayson and Uguay Trapix, it's a guarantee that they will get top 5. And if they don't, at me on Twitter. You know where to find me.
There's a Twitter plug and a good prediction all in one. This man's talented, but I'm with you. I made one tweet before it said my prediction. Tayson Chapix, that's all. Leaving it at that, right? I set them up. Told you why they're so good already. If they don't, I'm not even predicting them now for top 5. They're coming top 3 in finals. Like I'm a month ahead already.
I'm just gonna go the extra mile here. I'm just gonna say first place whole way through.
Okay. Now that's a hold on.
All right. Here's the reasoning behind it. Tayson, he has not had his official duos win just yet, and I know somebody with a history like his, he's looking to come in first.
Wow. We've seen this thing happen before with Mini Miner, actually, who made some. You're right. That's in the past. That's in the past. It doesn't matter.
I've actually forgotten about it.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to bring up that old wound. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. Hey, it's about that time. All right. The battle bus is just about ready for us to get going, which means you need to find your seat on the battle bus because this is starting. This is Qualifier 1, game number 1 of the FNCS.
Game 1.
Fortnite fam, it's the moment we have all been waiting for, the beginning of a long season of FNCS. My name is Levin2K. I am joined this season by the wonderful Takata, and we will be breaking down all the action from this season in EU for you.
The time is now. Levin, the players have been prepping, getting ready, but it's Qualifier 1, Game 1, beginning shortly. I mean, it's really the moment where we get to see what these players have been doing, what have they been planning, the routes, the loot paths, and also the contestations that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, look, we always love to see the off-spawn fights in these games, and I can promise you, the analysts are already breaking a lot of it down. There is plenty all around the map that we will be jumping right into. For me, I'm very excited to see the evolution of some of these teams. Yeah, we have a bunch of new teams, but we have some teams returning to the fray and looking to level up from what we saw last season. It's going to be a fun time for sure. You know, we already talked a bit about our predictions, but there are still plenty of other players on the map who will be looking to prove many of us wrong. So let's just hop right in.
The battle bus is ready, the engine is started, and these players are going to begin dropping in now. The question is, who is going to be able to have that dominance in the first match? It's so important to kind of showcase what you're capable of against your opponents here. We have teams being contested all over the map, but we're going to be looking specifically at the Daily Bugle here as Astro is actually going to get some nice tags with his burst assault rifle right off the start.
Yeah, I just want to point out, right, it seems to be the return of UK Fortnite, right? UK Fortnite is back in. We have Astro and Michael, of course, over here. We have Wolfies landing with Asa. Asa isn't actually from the UK, but then nevertheless, I'm still going to stick with it. And the battle at the Daily Bugle will be one to follow for sure. Michael and Astro are a very experienced team at this POI. They've been landing here basically all of Chapter 3, and so they know how to deal with it. A team that definitely knows how to deal with their off-spawn battles. Vortex and High Chris taking down Hydro and Belusi here. This was one the analysts sort of gave us some insight into, but the battle's not done. You can see DKS and Deciptos up on the hill, ready to strike.
Ready to strike, but another player that's ready to strike here, it's Nebs, as they do have the player advantage. Nebs now with one elimination alongside Marine, looking to see if they can finish this off. I believe they're all up against Noah Riley here, so this is going to be interesting.
The interesting thing, right, is that the longer this fight takes, the more opportunity and time the Greasy Grove team has to come in third part. And you can see in the distance Nipsey and Coop coming in and getting involved. And so we're going to see things wrap up very shortly. You can see in this replay, Nebs off-spawn initially picking up that Stinger SMG and absolutely dealing with reason. And so I'm sure Reese said, look, it's going to be maybe 4-2. They're going to be the ones to win out of here. We'll see whether that trend continues. But in the meantime, it does seem like Nebs and Marine are in favor.
Nebs trying to find an angle on Noah, but if you look at the bottom right on the minimap, there is a duo. It's the duo from Greasy that are coming close here. So this could be dangerous for the duo as Nebs getting straight into the action, going to the box of his opponent, Noah Rayleigh, but unable to connect the big shot yet. And you can see now the third party has gotten closer and closer, and it's just gotten that much more risky.
Yeah, this fight concludes. Nebs and Marine will be your victors. Obviously one of the newer teams this season, but they will be well aware of the threat posed by Coop and Nipsey. I spoke to Marine just before the competition started today, and he said, yep, we know. The Greasy team are going to push us. They're going to take the grapple gloves and look to try third party us, and that's exactly what's happening in game one, so they should be ready for it. And nevertheless, a bit of a stalemate now, no immediate action, but this is going to be something for everyone at home to be following throughout the day. Will that continue to play out? Will Nebs and Marine even win that fight against No Riley and Vidil, or No Riley and Reason again today?
Ooh, switching over though to the center of the map by Loot Lake here. Merstash Malibuka that land on the east side here where the Collider used to be by Loot Lake, and they've gotten into a quick engagement here. Actually gonna knock down one now, giving them the player advantage, but they have to be careful as the third party's coming in. Merstash is down to just 1 or 2 HP to work with, but Padnata now playing it out as a solo, trying to decide what the strategy is here. Malibuka has lost Merstash. Now it's 2 solos going head-to-head as the third party lays down shots. Malibuka, though, has the advantage here. Just has to connect 1 quick shot, but doesn't even need to as the opponents take him out.
Yeah, Uguay being the one to take that elimination away from Malibuka over from the distance. And I know Reese was talking about this earlier in the show, but it is just so ironic that Malibuka Merstash, a team that is just so dominant in those later phases of the game, just don't seem to be able to have things locked down when it comes to off-spawn battles. They are shaky there. That is the weakest aspect of their game. Their drops at this area, Loot Lake, aren't necessarily the greatest. And so I think we're going to continue to see this sort of throughout the day where Uguay and Tayson are constantly looking to third-party that fight.
I mean, that's going to be the best thing they can do, right? Starting off so strong with a third party picking up an elimination is kind of going to set them up for what they're going to do the rest of the day, having that uncontested north side of Loot Lake. The only thing is, what are their opponents going to do? What's Merstash and Malibuka going to change to not get put into this situation again? I mean, if there's something they can do, as if they do keep getting into this engagement, I mean, it's going to be incredible for Uguay and Tayson having that free damage every game. But going back to Reality Falls, we have Vortex, hi Chris, back into another engagement, already with 2 eliminations, but looking to up that counter, make it 4. Hi Chris, continuing to look for an angle here, seeing if he can connect something. He has a good amount of loot, has a decent amount of materials, but the question is, does he need these eliminations? Do they want to take this engagement? Or would it be more worth it to just disengage and get the rotate on, as the zone has appeared a bit further away, so they will have to make a rotate. And now they're just using more and more time, but they know this as High Chris gets an amazing edit, getting the shot onto his opponent, cracking him down, getting that elimination for Vortex, and now they do have the player advantage, but be careful, the third party is coming in.
Well, for the people watching at home, there's so much going on in this game. Of course, the lobby starts with so many players, and we can't possibly keep up with it all. So we are joined by the wonderful Mini Miner to give us a nice in-game update on actually Hen and Mr. Savage in this game.
Thank you so much, Levin. Now, we saw Merstash and Malibuka fighting just outside of their drop spot. So many teams looking to capitalize on that for surge tags. Hen being one of them, particularly when you're uncontested like Hen and Savage are at Tilted Towers. They need to use these surge tags as opportunities right off the rip. They're looking for those tags. They're building up as high as they can and trying to get that damage done early, which is so important for this team. So make sure to look out for them later on when they're above the surge.
Thank you so much, Mini Miner, and I love that, Levin. It's correct, right? When you have a POI, a point of interest like Tilted Towers, uncontested, I'm not worried about loot. I'm not worried about materials. What I'm worried about in that situation is getting enough damage for Storm Surge and being able to rotate to the position you want to be at as quickly as possible. So seeing that they have the opportunity to get those tags, I mean, it's it's looking good for Mr. Savage and Hen.
Yeah, of course, there's going to be many people who may be watching the FNCS or high level competitive Fortnite lobby for the first time. And for the people who don't necessarily know what Storm Surge is, essentially Storm Surge is a sort of feature mechanic in the game that means that players in the lobby have to deal a certain amount of damage to stay above a certain threshold. And that threshold will very much determine who stays in the game, right? If you are below that damage threshold, the lobby begins to deal damage to players until the lobby reaches a certain player limit. And so throughout the day, we'll constantly be updating you on those players and how they fare when it comes to the Storm Surge leaderboard per se. And so, yeah, we'll certainly have to watch out for whether or not Hen and Mr. Savage can be high on that surge. But this is something that's going to be very good to see for Floki and Clement, the team that actually won round 3 of this first qualifier, coming into round 4 looking incredibly hot. And very much so looking to deal with their surge, as you see, just taking shots at players, looking for good positions to get some free damage, basically, on players rotating all around the map.
It's all about having that high elevation. If you're elevated on a hill, on a building, on something that gives you a wide area of vision to go for those tags, it's crucial to get damage without risking too much. You can take engagements like we saw Vortex and his duo do in Reality Falls, but it's a little risky. You use more materials, use more shields, and you could end up getting eliminated. So being able to get those tags from afar is almost the best way to do it, but the difficulty is getting yourself in one of those positions quickly enough. As we switch over to Hard Find and ADN here, who seem to be doing a bit of a late rotate. They are in the Logjam Lotus here, cruising around, flying around, drifting through the wind as they kind of decide what's the rotate gonna be.
Of course, Queasy and Joe's dog here on our screens. Very much a team to watch out for in all of the FNCS this season. One of the biggest favorites to win it all. And to be able to say that about a team so early into the competition just lets you know how strong they are and how highly they are regarded. Of course, the zone pulling towards that east means that they do have a distance to go. But I can assure you, when it comes to making rotational decisions, Queasy does not struggle in that regard.
That zone that we just saw as well, for me, Levin, it's looking pretty dangerous. A majority of the southern side of the zone is water, with a little bit of islands here and there. North side, you have the Daily Bugle. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities for a dangerous zone here. So if I was these duos, I'd start thinking ahead, seeing what the game plan is going to be and see if they can get that rotation quickly, especially if you don't have an item like the grapple glove. But fortunately enough for Mr. Savage, he is going to have that grapple glove, the only mobility item currently in the game. There is a lot of that natural environmental mobility. However, for items, it's just the grapple glove. So if you have that, I mean, you can rotate a little later if you want, take a bit of time, but saving them for the end game is what's important. As we switch over to default here, and Stormy Right in the Jonesies, trying to take some shots on some duos that are rotating in a bit late.
Yeah, taking some shots over towards Kiduo and Yusri. Yusri hitting back hard right there. That's actually a duo that's newly formed as well. We'll try and highlight all of those newer formed duos, right? There are a bunch of them in the lobby. Of course, Default and Stormy Right, I think one of the more interesting things to note about this team on our screens is that Stormy Right is an FNCS champion. Many people forget it. It does feel like after their victory in the FNCS last year, their performances start to maybe go a bit downhill. And last season, we didn't really see him in the FNCS at all. And so to see him now here with Default in the first round 4 of the season is a very positive note.
And if you want to learn more about the veterans of Fortnite competitive, you can check out some of the stories on FN Comp Official. The new Fortnite competitive Instagram page has some nice interviews with some veteran players of Fortnite competitive. So you can learn all about the backstories, training routines, what they do to prepare for a tournament like this, where so much is on the line. But getting back into the game here, 11 talked about it, Storm Surge now with 77 players up is going to get possibly activated here as the zone comes to a close. So these players now have 1 minute and 40 seconds to get that damage or continue with the amount they have. As right now the duo on the screen, 303 above, but switching over to Chicho and Trulex, 20 below, they have to get a bit of tags.
Yeah, 20 below is not a good spot to be at for this team. A very established team, a team that has a very consistent early to mid game on most occasions. And this is how they do it. Of course, Trulex, a very experienced veteran IGL in the game, someone who's won an FNCS. Chico a younger, newer Serbian player who's recently sort of burst onto the scene, but he is talented. And his ability to hit shots on players will come in clutch for them throughout the remainder of the game. Someone who's no stranger to hitting big shots, Wolfies, of course, Wolf God on our screens here, playing alongside Acid this season. They've survived the battle at the Bugle. I think they disengaged from that POI. But of course, seeing Wolfies back in the FNCS picture is a huge thing. Of course, second place in the World Cup way long time ago. And now looking to try and put his name back on the map when it comes to top EU competitive Fortnite. But he'll have to deal with his Storm Surge damage if he wants any chance of doing that. Of course, Zohan and Splashy gonna make that very difficult for them sitting up above.
Zohan and Splashy, though, they also need that damage. I mean, the above by 25 damage, but that can quickly turn around for the worst is now 41 above. They want to look for an angle here, look for a connection shot from that striker pump. We can do a good amount of damage in just one shot, but you have to connect it correctly as now they're both taking shots back and forth, looking for angles, looking for connections through the builds. As Asa right now looking to see if he can make something happen. Might play a little bit more aggressive, but I don't think that the end goal for these duos is to get eliminations. It's more just get above that damage threshold to not get taken out by the Storm Surge.
Yeah, and this is the biggest worry I think many people would have had for Wolfies and Asa. The fact that although they maybe pack a punch here and there, do they have the nous to deal with their Storm Surge in efficient ways? Of course, now they are above that threshold and it has reached 70 players and now just below that. And so the surge will stop ticking for the meantime, but very much it's not left them in the greatest of positions. Asa with just 18 builds, not the greatest loadouts, no spare shields. This is shambles. That is what we mean when it comes to shambles in these kind of lobbies. They do not have much to work with whatsoever.
Now looking back at Tayson and Uguay, the favorites for the analyst desk here in today's tournament. Currently looking great. I mean, they have a good amount of loot, have the shields, have even the damage done. But now it's all about that positioning. Where are they going to place themselves on this map as the zone is getting more and more risky now? A majority of the zone being in this kind of watery island area. You can even see Mr. Savage now decides to take a swim. It's going to be a bit hot outside, wants to wash off, get clean, but that can quickly get a bit dangerous as the players that are already in the zone are looking back right now and they want that damage.
Yeah, you can see just how much they're trying to greed their way in, not wanting to use too many of the materials and or charges of their grapple gloves, but they will be forced to get to the Monument Island. And now that they are here, the opportunity to hold teams, you can see Hen looking back towards High Chris, seeing if he can get some shots off. Nevertheless, though, they will now use the Monument statue to glide their way into zone. And we'll see what position they take up. That will be huge for how the rest of the game goes for them. Trippin and Thomas, a team who we haven't necessarily seen much of in this game, but a team who we will definitely see much more of across today's games. One that very much should be high up in those standings out of Rave Cave.
I got kind of scared there, Levin, when I saw so many duos flying, using that sort of wind tunnel at the Monument to rotate into zone. I mean, there was so many duos already boxed up, looking back, taking shots, but luckily enough, I don't believe any of them got eliminated. Just a bit of shield taken out. But looking at Thomas and Tripper in here, positioned well, kind of waiting for the zone to appear, thinking what their rotate could be, what the strategy could be for this next zone. But Kiddo has a good amount of vision, a little bit higher up. Sometimes you want to use a bit extra materials just so you have that extra vision and you can see kind of your surroundings better, where your opponents are, what locations are more free to rotate through, more open. It's really all about that vision and thinking ahead of time as we switch over to Joe's Dog and Queasy.
Look at just how many players are congested in this area. If you look at the bottom right, the little mini-map there, so many little arrows. There's so many teams in this general area. The congested side of the zone, and it's just going to make it so much more difficult for the teams who really don't have the grapple glove. Queasy and Joe's Dog do, and so when the time comes to rotate, they should be all right, but we definitely cannot say the same for some of the teams around them, and maybe they are aware of that and realize that there are some opportunities for eliminations and refreshes when possible. But this is going to be a very crazy rotation for a lot of these players who are going to have to traverse across the oceans, the rivers. It becomes very difficult. But if you're one of those players that is in the safe zone and on a higher elevated layer, like Floki and Clement, the opportunity to look at these players swimming their way on in is a great chance to try and get some eliminations maybe, and you're seeing that right here on Floki's screen.
What I can't wait to see, Levin, is those moving zones, zone 6, 7, when the players are going to have to rotate through this interesting environmental side of the map here where they have to swim, maybe even build over the water, or really do some rotations that they might not be too used to. As we look at Malibuka and Murstache, who are kind of stuck on the edge of zone here in an incredibly dangerous position, running out of mats quickly. One shot left for Malibuka, ultimately going to go down now. Murstache playing as a solo. They were forced to rotate late, and due to that, all the duo, they're already based up in zone. We're just staring at them, taking shots, laying down the rain from above, and now Murstache is forced to play it out as a solo.
Yeah, their game went off the rails and they were never really able to recover. You can see with just 7 builds, there isn't really much Moustache can do. He's going to try and harpoon some loot over in towards him. The materials will be the most important thing, but with such low HP, he's just got to be so careful about how he goes about it. Pickle on our screen here, really as well in a similar situation to Moustache, where it just doesn't have much to work with. No longer has Melda, his teammate, by his side. And so with 123 below Surge, not many materials, enough to maybe keep him by. This is just such a difficult position to be in as a solo. And it isn't a position he'll be in for much longer. Taken out rather swiftly as well. But the game continues for the rest of our teams.
Fifth zone has appeared now on the southern side of the map here.
Nobody's in it.
Literally.
Nobody's in zone.
I was going to say a majority of the players are north, but it's not a majority. It's every single player is outside of this fifth zone. So the rotations for this half in, half out is going to be incredibly difficult. Might even be better to wait a little bit, go early. I mean, what's the correct decision, Levin? There's so many options, so many opportunities, but what you don't have is a lot of mobility items, only the grapple glove. So making a rotate like this, you have to kind of decide, do I rotate late? Do I recycle some tarps? What do I do?
I think for the teams who maybe don't have a grapple glove, you're going to be looking to wait for other people to build ahead of you, recycle those tarps, look to elevate as you enter that zone, as you don't want to be stuck down beneath the ground with everybody else. And for the teams who do have a grapple glove, it's easy sailing, easy swinging. Just look for something to connect to. Try and stay high so you don't get caught between some builds. And we'll see if Hen and Savage will do that, exactly that. They make sure they elevate just before they leave. They can grapple along other people's builds and get in easy peasy. For Thomas and Trippin, who are able to get in a lot sooner than other teams, you can see postured up here, they're just looking around. Thomas seeing if he can find a shot. If you give him a chance, he will hit it. A nice little crack there to the shields. He needs some shields for himself. A Siphon would do him wonders right now, not working with 200 effective HP. But they do need to also stay aware of their surroundings, as players will look at them, the height team. But you can just see Thomas just looking for something, anything. But actually, it seems to have cost him here, taking some damage and now no shields to actually get himself back up. And now the journey to a victory royale for this team becomes even more difficult.
No shields to work with here. Down to just one shield. 101 effective HP for Thomas HD. And on the high ground, we have Queasy and Joe's dog, but you know how dangerous it is, Levin, to hold on to that high ground from first moving from zone 6, especially if you don't have as many materials.
The big thing is, though, that the rest of the lobby won't have many materials as well. A lot of these players are going to have to use the materials as, you know, the zone is on water. You have to build to get through for a lot of these teams. And so things might get a bit difficult for the ones below them, but they very much understand how to hold height. We'll see how they do in that regard, if they can hold it strong and what they're working with. Mr. Savage, though, and Hen, very much so, looking to try to stay alive. The key for that duo is whether they can work in tandem. Oftentimes looking like two solos. Queasy, though, and Joe's dog, not really two solos ever. They very much are working together. The materials aren't necessarily looking too strong, but you can always rely on Joe's dog to try and find some sort of a refresh. We'll see what happens, though. For other players in the lobby, High Chris, Vortex, we've seen them sort of scurrying about all across this game, and very much still doing that even here in the end game.
The chaos begins. The rotation starts. Sixth moving zone. The players now getting more aggressive for that high ground. You can see Joe's dog quickly building on top of his opponents, but he has to stay ahead of that zone, because if an opponent duo does go in front of the zone and look back, take shots, it could be incredibly dangerous, seeing that they don't have too many materials to work with. But switching over to Tripper and Thomas, They are looking for those eliminations. Currently with 0, they need some sort of refresh here. Only 6 builds for Tripperin. No spare shield to work with, but what he does have is that grapple glove, that mobility, which is so important.
No charges left. That was the last one. And so he's just going to have to work with what he's got. Boots on the ground. Tayson and Chapik, they're familiar with that. They don't play with the grapple gloves. Hendo in the back of the zone, trying to pick up eliminations. That's what he does best, but right now it's maybe a bit too much to handle. Too much heat in the kitchen. He's forced out of it. Chicho and Trulex, though, up on height. Queasy's down. And so Joe's Dog now as a solo, picking up Floki. We've seen Joe's Dog with some crazy clutches in the past. Can he do it again? This season, fresh, new start, just off of an FNCS win. A med miss in the back of the zone. It's looking incredibly tight.
Joe's Dog has the confidence, has the ability, has the materials now with that refresh, but is he going to be able to make it happen quickly? Switching layers, seeing that that low ground is too dangerous, but the high ground team, they know that he is low on HP. They are looking for some angles here as Astro now with 4 eliminations, 380 wood to work with. No more hard builds. Is back of the zone looking for angles as Trulex and Chicho are dominating this high ground. They've retaken it at the perfect moment, but Joe's Dog goes for the shot, connects and gets the elimination. The refresh he needed now with multiple med mists is going to be able to stay into the zone and look for those sneaky angles, those sneaky eliminations, which is crucial to farm placements, but also those elim points.
One shot is all it takes, and that's going to be a theme for the rest of the players in this end game. A bunch of solos in this one. But for the duos who are still up, High Chris, Vortex, they very much are looking to try and close things out. Gripey, what can he do now? Can he do anything with this great shotgun in his inventory? Kiduo and Yusri on the bottom, they very much are familiar with cleaning out low ground, and that's going to be their job again. They're missing out on some of these eliminations. It seems like Joe's Dog will be the one to take him out, but he ultimately will fall to zone. And so now in a 2v2, High Chris dropping down. Can he take it? Did he go down prematurely? Now being forced back up. He does hit the shot though, and so a 2v1 turns into a 2v0. Vortex and High Chris will win the game, winning off spawn and transferring that into a victory royale. An excellent start to the FNCS.
Vortex and High Chris not only with the Victory Royale 11, but the 11 elimination double-digit elim Victory Royale. You know High Chris, you know Vortex, they are feeling good right now. You can see how cleanly they swept up their opponents. They're both taking a 1v1 and coming out on top to secure those 2 extra eliminations at the end and get that Victory Royale.
Look, this is one of the teams who is very much new in this competition. Not played with each other before this season, but coming in strong. Like Takara said, they're on fire, they're feeling it. So many eliminations in that first game is a great way to start things off. So we're going to kick it to the death to break it all down.
I was not prepared. A double-digit elimination game to start the FNCS. Okay, I'm down. I'm here for it, High Chris and Vortex. I'm here for it.
Things got hot right off the start as well, right? For them, off the early game. Remember, this is what we talked about at the top of the show as well, the fact that they are hyper-aggressive off spawn, and it seemed to pay off for them already fighting right off the rip.
Yeah, they were pretty much just able to clean up the whole way through. Vortex especially, I think, just making some crucial shots, taking over that high ground control towards the late game, and they're just moving every single time with those storm surges in the circles.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw them clean that height right there, and I actually thought the drop was premature right at that end when it was that 2v2 situation. It seemed like High Chris dropped a little bit too early there. I was getting a little bit shaky there, but of course Vortex clutched up at the same time. Huge win for them. The early game though, I was hyping it up. It was good at the same time. They are looking to 50-50 off spawn in the tree side of Reality Falls, like we said earlier, and they do it better than anyone. As you can see, the drop is absolutely perfect. They land clinically for the chest, and of course High Joe and Belusi are there to 50-50 at a time. We saw them of course win that. That fight's quick, that fight's over, but then remember, they also went in to push DKS and Bad Sniper after that. So this is like the start. This is 3 eliminations off the rip for them. 6 points already.
And that's the thing about these early elims, building that momentum. That's what I was trying to touch on earlier. And, well, if there's one thing that I can definitely say has been established between this duo, it's that they came out swinging early.
Absolutely.
I love that you called that out, too. Like, right from the beginning of the show, you knew. You're like, I can already tell, looking at everything, watching all these matches beforehand.
It's the first one.
It's the first one. People are going to be aggressive. Let's take a look at our standings, though. Let's see how things are going. So, remember, we want to watch that line right there, the top 5 advance to finals. Any duos that make it above that line will automatically go through the finals. They don't have to think about anything else. They ain't got to worry. starting us off 54 points.
Wow.
That's where I want to be if I start a competition.
I mean, that's
Why
a
not?
massive game. And me and you will jump up there high. We'll call it high crease and ZKX, I don't know, some rubbish like that. You know, we'll be up top. It'll be okay. That's a massive game for them. Michael Nashro, bit of a surprise for them, given the fact they have, I think, 3 other teams fighting off spawn. But Queasy and Joe's dog, a.k.a. Vino, very impressed with the solo clutch. We actually saw, I think, high ground control at the start from Vino at that point, all the way up. But then, from there on, unfortunately, like we said, Queasy went down, but a massive solo play all the way through from Joe's dog, unfortunately named.
Joe's dog, it almost looked like he wasn't even alone out there with the way that he was moving. It's incredible to think that he lost Queasy so early on during these early contestants inside of the circle. And more importantly, he went from 0 elims and shot it up to 5 out of nowhere. That is a huge 10-point swing to add on top of the fact that it's not like their placement was bad in this first game anyway.
And that fight right there, that refresh they got was huge because there was tons of med mist he managed to get from that, which I think added about 15 to 20 seconds of him sitting in zone while healing there, which again, other teams are going down, right? Other teams are being knocked out at that time. So a bunch of massive placement points from there. Of course, in fourth as well, Nebs and Marine. Again, another fight we talked about at the top of show, where of course we saw him going up against Reason and Vidil early. This time, you know, their coach predicted 4-2 in the favor of Reason. 1-0 so far in the favor of Nebs and Marine, though.
And they're definitely feeling pretty hot off of this one, because I think that maybe a lot of people might be undermining this team to a certain extent. So when you're able to come out, pack a punch like these two, where I think that is something to certainly keep in mind moving forward. But also, this shot control, I think, was really important when they were trying to take some of that low ground, mid ground into the later games.
Absolutely. You can see also the team from Greasy Grove there, Nipsey and Coop, pushing in to third party, because this fight is going to be happening game after game after game, and the teams that are around them who have no one to fight, they're going to say, hey, I'm going to stay on that high ground around you, take a couple tags, get some damage off, and push on in. But look, they pushed in, but look how it ended up for the leaderboard. Nebs and Ryan, of course, managing to come out on top.
I just can't help but think that Hikers and Vortex, they were basically just fighting the entire lobby at this point. I mean, I'm still just in awe at the fact that they're really able to establish 11 elims right off the bat.
I'm really curious too, because again, to touch on the point, you're talking about momentum here to start the game. Do you think they're going to keep this going? Like, to start so strong, is it just like gas all the way, or are we thinking, okay, we got a good one first, let's just try and play it slow? What do you think?
No point taking your foot off the pedal at this point. I think it's all gas from these two, and if they're able to keep this kind of surgence up in the leaderboards, or at least stay at the top, it's going to be really tough for anybody else to catch up, especially if they're dropping 11 elims.
Double digits. You know what?
Okay, Reese is going to play spoiler.
I think they're going to probably keep winning off spawn when it comes to like the Hydro Belusi situation, right? There's 2 of them there landing at the same time, 50-50 like we saw. But do I think they can keep winning when it comes to like the other team, like DKS, and we've got Deceptos there. There's teams that are third partying in around this fight as well. We saw Nefreezy moving in as well. I don't know. I think they're probably going to keep doing good in the Belusi fight. But overall, you can't do that every game, man. You can't do that every game.
After dropping double-digit elims, you have to imagine that all these other teams are also going to want to start playing spoiler, because you never want to let the team that's coming out with a hot finish like this keep it going.
Yeah, and I think Hen and Mr. Savage, another team that we talked about a lot, uncontested off spawn, seemed okay there. I saw a bunch of eliminations in the mid-game as well, and they were looking really good. But again, you know, it is the classic case of what we talked about. It ended up being solo play. Savage goes down, Hen clutches this time, the other way around.
I think what really made it tough for a few of these duos was just that rotation coming around Monument Island, because getting stuck on that beach area, the teams that were able to get across early on into the circle safety, so many pot shots that were being taken from high ground positioning.
Absolutely.
You do love to see it. Now this is a nice taste test, right? This is a nice little sampler, game number 1, but nobody panic. We still have 5 more games to go on the day, right? So we can see these leaderboards change up pretty significantly. I'm excited to keep the ball rolling, so I don't want to wait too much longer. We got our casters standing by, okay? I am so excited. We hope you guys at home are excited as well. But I'll tell you who is very excited. That's a triple excited back-to-back. It's Ducatus11-2K. Over to you.
Game 2.
Thank you so much, Zeke. You know we're feeling excited. Great breakdown, by the way, from the analysts, as always. But Levin, what I find interesting here is an early game engagement that we might be seeing. Nebs and Marine are currently in 4th place on the leaderboard, but they're going head-to-head off spawn against Noah, Rayleigh, and Resin. So that is a difficult early game engagement.
Yeah, difficult is maybe a bit of an understatement per se, right? Going up against such talented players is always going to be a very tricky thing. But of course, Marine and Nebs are also incredibly talented players that will back themselves in every situation. Of course, the big question mark again, we saw a hint of it in game one. Will the Greasy Grove team come in third party? Will that be an element we see? Again, so many off-board fights to sort of follow and track, but we'll do our best. A lot of these teams very much all fighting for the same thing, right? You want to get top 5, win for maybe the extra added, you know, confidence boost. But the priority here is to make it to the FNCS final, and they got plenty more chances to do so.
I mean, it shows how important awareness is, right? We have a lot of teams battling it out in the Daily Bugle. Marine and Nebs going against Resin and Norrayler, like we're saying, but it's all about knowing when is the right time to take those engagements, which opponents do you have close by. If you are to take this engagement, is a third party gonna come shortly after? You have to know these things ahead of time, and that's why it's so important to study. But Levin, you heard it, the battle bus is ready. Let's get right into game number 2.
Let's not waste any time whatsoever. Let's hop onto the battle bus. The players are ready to go, and we will see just exactly what either changes or doesn't change from game 1. The nature of off-spawn battles means that it's very likely we will see some things change in terms of the direction and the way these fights go. But an opportunity now for some of the players who maybe didn't have the hottest of starts to make up for what went wrong. We saw a bunch of top names, top players, not necessarily have the games or the kind of games you'd expect to see, right? The likes of Malabuka, Mustache going down in an unfortunate manner. Can they have a bounce back? Will Hydro and Belusi get the one up over Chris and Vortex in this game? We'll see, based off of this off-spawn fight, Hydro and Chris fight it out, the pickaxe battle. Who will get the weapon? It's not going to be Chris this time. And so Hydro will win the fight. Belusi by his side. And this maybe is their chance now to dethrone that first place team. Everybody in the lobby will be happy to see Chris go down. It's all about whether or not Vortex can come back later, pick his teammate up, and get them back in the game. But for the meantime, it will be Belusi and Hydro dominant here.
From the Victory Royale to getting eliminated off spawn, it really just shows the danger of being contested in an early game drop like this, especially if it's a 50-50. If you're playing for that chest, whoever has the quickest reactions to get that loot, get those early game eliminations, I mean, it's really what's important. But looking now along the center of the map, remember, Tace and Uguay are here. Malibuka, Mustache are also close by, getting into early game engagements and third parties. So we have to be careful to see how these players play it out.
Yeah, of course, Hydro and Belusi, they won the first battle here at Reality Falls, but you can see there on the screen, the Siptos and DKS are still lurking about. And so there is potential for another engagement to take place over here. And the big thing for Hydro and Belusi now, though, is the fact that they have one off-spawn. What can you do? How can you take advantage of this opportunity? You're not guaranteed to play every game. If ADN and Hardfine are hitting shots like that, they will be guaranteed to play every game. A brilliant shot there from Aiden. And of course, I always try to throw it in and mention it, but being from the UK, it's always good to see the UK boys coming out strong. Of course, Astro and Michael started off the day really well as well, sitting in second place. We'll see what they can cook up. Of course, very comfortable here at the Bugle. And so no strangers to some of the teams that will be looking to fight out here. It's just all about keeping your composure and winning out the fight.
Just take a look at the mini-map at the bottom right there, the Daily Bugle. I mean, this is a dangerous place to take an engagement with players on the hillside there looking for shots, with multiple duos in the buildings. I mean, any engagement that happens here, especially if you're the first one to take it, you have the danger, not just of the third party, but the fourth party and possibly the fifth party. Make it a whole frenzy as now we go over to Logjam Lotus. This is one of the dynamic POIs this season. There is 2 Butterbloom on the southern side of the map and Logjam Lotus here on the northern side, as Irazumi going in with the advantage, getting his shots hit as he takes down Cherry now in a 1 versus 2 with his duo partner. Are they going to be able to get that clean sweep?
Yeah, we'll see what Relvis and Irazumi can do. Another duo that is fresh, new this season. And so we'll see what they got cooking. So far, it's looking delicious, though. Of course, they do need to get the job finished, but the priority is always to just secure that first elimination and see where you go from there. Pink, though, clutching up in this fight against Banwise and Q-Roll. And I'm happy to see this fight will go in their favor. They actually did fight Q-Roll and Banwise a lot throughout the qualifying rounds before this one. A couple times during round 3, I'm sure a couple times during round 2 and 1 as well. But this time, Pink and Anas will be victorious. And the great thing about this is that they actually have the grapple gloves this game. That's going to be one of the keys for them. Speaking to them, they very much want to take this fight against Q-Roll and Banwise to make sure that they let the rest of the lobby and anybody in their general area know that we will fight for the grapple gloves. That's how much we want it.
What's interesting is early game engagements are so risky, so dangerous, but you see so many top tier duos playing for those early game engagements just to get their hands on the grapple gloves. It really shows how important it is to have a grapple glove in this current meta, where it's the only item that grants you that mobility.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the things that have been going on all around for Lucy. We saw them have such a great start to the game, but Nafrizi coming in and absolutely putting that in the mud with a brilliant couple of shots there. And so another game where Hydra and Belusi maybe going to have to just get back to the drawing board or figure things out in a different way. Nafrizi and Lusher, though, looking really good.
Continuing their loop path here. You can see on the minimap there's nobody close by. Only thing they should be considering is that zone, how far they have to rotate. But having a free loop path is amazing, especially if you already have the damage done. But looking at a duo that might have to get that damage coming from the uncontested tilted towers. It's Mr. Savage and Hen. Great performance in round 3. Looking to do the same here in round 4 as they are with the high ground elevation here, the advantageous position. Looking for shots, looking for damage, as they have only a few options close by. But looking back at Thomas and Tripperin, they're doing just the same thing. It's all about getting that damage from afar, not putting yourself in a risky position, and getting the tags with that burst assault rifle or whatever you got.
Yeah, and you'll see, right? Tripperin and Thomas are both being a bit overzealous with the angles, right? You might be thinking, hold on a minute, you know, why are they being a bit so risky? They're opening themselves up for maybe a bit too long. They're fine with doing that, right? Because they have a couple spare shields. You saw there was a big pot in the reserve spare for Thomas HD there, right? So they're willing to just look for some bloom fights, some trades, just to make sure that they have their surge damage up. Plus, they're very confident that they will hit their shots when necessary. And so very much so a team that should hopefully be looking a lot stronger on surge this game. Queasy and Veno, very much a team to be excited for as we move forward. An interesting game 1. They went for high earlier on, weren't able to hold on to it. But very much a team we will see looking for height over and over again throughout the day. Kiduo and U-Street also were very impressive, right? We saw them on some of their mid and lower layers, wiping teams out. And that's going to be their goal again here today.
The question is if they can keep that consistency for the rest of the matches today. 5 more to be played out as Kiduo gets some tags from afar, has to be careful as he goes onto the bridge, gets a bit of cover, but his duo partner is also going to take that damage.
That's always going to be one of the risks, right, of, you know, rifting in like that. As you're in the sky, we got some top competitive players in these lobbies. Stay in the sky for a bit too long and you will take some damage. It is inevitable. Naughty, though, and Eclipse taking a lot of damage here. Naughty in particular, not looking too hot. They do have some shields and a med mist will be able to get him back up. I'd expect Eclipse to start med misting his teammate there to get their HP up. Yep, he will start to do it. But yeah, not a comfortable situation to be in. It is for Rifty and Flow, because they'll be happy with the amount of damage they were able to deal there.
What you can see, though, is kind of the differences from round 3s and round 4s. When these players get so much damage onto an opponent, cracking them, bringing them down to maybe 50 total effective HP, they don't push, because what they really want is damage for that Storm Surge. It shows how important it is in these stacked lobbies just to get that damage. You don't have to risk it for those eliminations, even if you have the advantage. As long as you're able to get the damage, get your loot, get your materials, and rotate early, you're setting yourself up for the late game, and that's where you're going to get the most points.
Yeah, for sure. A very important part of the game. We're seeing now a fresher team, a newer team to the lobby. Kojeni, Pesha, or Peshka, looking now to get their way in. And like I talked about earlier, when you're guarding in like that, it's always going to be a big risk. And for Kojeni, it might be a risk that wasn't worth taking. So low on HP, the reinforced wall will come in and add that extra layer of protection, that extra time to heal himself up. But yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. They've got a distance to go and a couple teams in their general area. Of course, with the grapple gloves, it will mean that they are able to maybe cheat the system a little bit, right? Get ahead of these teams if they are willing to use a couple charges.
But I want to learn a bit about loot. So we've got Mini Miner ready to teach us about it.
Thanks so much to Carter. Now we're looking at Vino, aka Joe's Dog, and Queasy separate from each other when looting, particularly when it comes down to storm surge positioning. With Shifty Shaft, there's so many hills around the area. So what we're seeing is Queasy up on the main hill and Joe's Dog just rotating to the one to the south, allows them to be a little bit more separate when they're going for those tags and get even more storm surge tags later on.
It's funny, right? Because when you look at some of the games from round 3, because of the nature of the grapple gloves, there were so many teams that were contesting them at Shifty Shafts in those previous rounds. But this is a top team, and so when it comes to round 4, they get the respect. People know not to mess with them and come in that area, which gives them that extra freedom and space to sort of split the way that they do. And I will expect that to continue if they were to make that to a round, or not a round 4, sorry, to an FNCS final, because they're not a team you want to deal with off spawn. Especially, you know, we've seen him be successful in those sort of situations in the past. Floki and Clement, a team that won't have to fight off spawn much today, unlike usual, and doing well to now actually get ahead of these teams, right? This is a team that lands basically the furthest south of anybody on the map, but yet you can see them making sure they're getting past some of these teams. They want to be the team that can hold people in the zone and look back towards them, getting some free damage or eliminations. And so prioritizing getting to the zone ahead of anything else.
Switching over, cheating here, 242 above the Storm Surge threshold, looking good. But is the positioning looking good? As you can see, maybe they're trying to get onto a hill there, but switching quickly over to an engagement. We have Astro, we have Michael showing that aggression is dominant here as they're getting straight into the face of their opponents. Already taken down 1 now, looking to make it 2 as they secure that finish. And Michael now is split, even cracked. They should probably play it a bit safe here, regroup up, shield up, and then take the engagement.
Yeah, that was really nice for them. To get that elimination there is huge. You saw, though, for a moment, it did almost just sort of split up, right? Michael maybe getting a bit too excited. It's important that they stay, keep a level head, because right now things are setting up real nice for them to have another really good game. They have been one of the more aggressive teams so far, picking up a bunch of eliminations, and I hope to see that trend continue. For Asa and Wolfgod, will that trend continue for them? Will they be able to start picking up some eliminations? We saw Norksy and Eclipse taking a bunch of damage before at the hands of Rifty and Flodax. Now, though, it's Asa and Wolfgod who are maybe looking to do that, but they do have to get into the zone. You're seeing now trying to slide their way in. There are players looking at them, and this is some of the risks that comes with being late to rotate in. You have these teams who will look at you, and so you have to spend your materials to secure your safety. And the med mist will have to come in as well to make sure his HP isn't too low for when he takes some damage.
And it's not the ideal part of the match where you want to be using your med mist. You want to save that for the late game. But when you don't have materials and you have to get a different position, put yourself into storm. But due to rotating late, they're going to have to use their med mist, like you were saying, Levin, the materials. And overall, they're going to need a refresh sooner than most of the opponents. But now Joe's Dog Queasy looking for those tags. Great job of getting the early high ground positioning in their POI. They have to be careful here. They don't want to lose too much shield, but switching over quickly to Bruchawa. 89 below, has to get the damage done, has to look for something here.
Yeah, they are going to be desperate. And Cheating and Gripey should be aware of that. And it'll be interesting to see how they approach the fight, knowing that Pachawa and Chari are desperate to take it. I don't necessarily think that they are down below Surge, and so they aren't desperate. But maybe this will also be an opportunity for them to pick up some easy free eliminations if they play things right. But that is all in the hands of Cheating and Gripey. And now the engagement is being forced, and Cheating does such a brilliant job. A huge shotgun shot connects. And that's a nice little pair of eliminations for this duo. And that could set them up nicely as we move forward in the game. Another team, another player down below on Surge. It's the story that we will tell so many times. And ultimately a story that doesn't really end on a happy note for most of these teams. It usually ends with you going back to the lobby just like that. Krusty and Paco will profit from that play up. What can Astro do? A nice shotgun shot there from Astro. He's making it look easy right now. Focused as ever. The knock eventually comes and they will be able to collect the body as well, but they now have to focus on getting to zone.
Astro taking out Astrox. Now with 4 total eliminations, that's an extra 8 points without even getting to the late game necessarily yet, but now the rotate has to come in. They do have duos close by. Fortunately enough, it seems like those duos are quickly turning into solos, so they will have that freedom, that dominance as they rotate, but what's most important here is not getting knocked. If you're with your duo partner here and either Astro or Michael gets knocked, it's going to be very difficult to pick them back up, especially with all the duos you can see on the north side of that mini-map at the bottom right. There's so many positioned looking back at them, going for the tags, going for the damage, stopping them from getting the rotate in. So you really have to be careful on which engagements you take, as Thomas and Tripper in now trying to get more of a high ground position here on the Shifty Shafts hill. You can already see how many duos are positioned on this side of the map.
Yeah, and for Thomas and Tripper, I'm sure they would like to maybe go a bit more central, but there's no need to greed for it. If they were to sort of continue to push forward, it could risk them using a lot more materials and HP than needed. And so they'll settle for their position, knowing that they have the grapple glove to get them into the next zone when needed. But yeah, you can see just so many players all sort of forced to stick along the zone line. Michael and Astro actually go down, which is interesting. We saw them looking so good, but in the elimination feed, they will fall. Who will be next to join them though? A couple players seeming to go in that direction.
I mean, sometimes it's a little too risky to go for those extra eliminations when the rotate has to be made. If the zone's closing, those 2 eliminations, those 4 points are not worth the possible positioning you could get for rotating early, which is what might have happened to Astro and Michael there, as we saw they were getting held. But now 4th zone has appeared. It's a nice position to get that high ground early if you're able to, but Peshka King here is looking for the aggression, looking for the elimination. 0 eliminations on the board, but also 0 shields. They have that mobility with the grapple glove, but is it really worth it to use it? If you get tagged, you can't recuperate those shields, so they have to be careful on the decisions they take here. There's so many duos close by. Playing aggressive can be incredibly dangerous here.
Yeah, they're going to have to look to set up for a refresh at some point, right? Maybe a pre-edit play will be the option they look for. That could be the solution, but it doesn't really seem like there's many around them. There is obviously that team above, but no easy answer to some of their problems, and that being they're not looking too hot when it comes to materials and loot, and that is going to be something that has to change in order for them to have a shot at winning this game. For Mr. Savage and Hen, can they keep their cool? We saw last game they made it far, but not far as they would have wanted to. Again, I reiterate, the key for this team is to play together. What can they do as a team, not as individuals? We know how great Mr. Savage is as a solo. We know how great Hen is as a solo, but they must join forces together and be on the same page if they have any hope of being a successful duo in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, that's the most difficult thing, right? Especially with a newly formed duo like Mr. Savage and Hen. You have to build that synergy up so quickly when some of your opponents have had a lot more time to build that synergy. But if you put in the time, put in the effort to make anything happen, as Peshka King here now gets unfortunately taken out by the duo that was prepared for the engagement. And that was Mr. Savage and Hen, showing that playing a bit sneaky, crouched up, waiting for your opponent to strike can be the correct play, as they annihilated both players there. But you can see Yursri as well now, 195 above, but they have to be careful because they're on the corner of that zone. They don't want to get held, especially seeing that in 5 seconds, the 5th zone, half and half is going to appear, and it's very possible that they have to rotate, but also at the same time, it's possible that they pull zone. It's pulled to the west side of Shifty Shafts here. Some players are in, but a majority are out, and now the rotates are going to have to come in.
Yeah, and for Yushri and Kiduo, this is a nice zone for them, right? They won't have much issue getting in. They may even be able to look to get in early. There are some builds and some trees here around them that will block the lines of sight, and so they're actually looking not too bad when it comes to how to get to the next zone. For the rest of the lobby, and for some of the other players, though, it isn't looking as good for Tayson and Ugwe here on our screens. They're not too far away from the zone, and so knowing that they can get in at ease they very much can sit here and look and try and take shots at some of the players who do have to get in ahead of them. The elevation is a bit awkward, of course. Thomas and Trippin sort of blocking their way, and there is a hill sort of above them, so that we'll see what they can do. But again, another nice setting up game for them. For Trippin and Thomas, though, it looks like they're going to use the grapplers to try and find a more secure position in the zone.
The grapple gloves start coming out. The rotates are beginning. Fifth zone here coming to a close in just 45 seconds. The question is, like in the last match, when's the right moment to rotate? You have the grapple glove, you might be able to get away with that early rotate like we just saw from Thomas and Trippin, but it really just depends on the zone. As we can see, Joe's Dog and Queez are actually choosing to play it a bit slow here. They're very close to the zone, but they know they have one of the most, if not the most powerful position in this current zone to take shots on players that are rotating late and maybe even secure a bit of extra eliminations. But you can even see they're prepared quickly, making their base in the zone, having that rotation quick and easy, not having to risk anything. And if they're able to pull first moving zone, this could be huge for Queezy and Joe's Dog.
Yeah, this is a position that if you've watched Queezy before, you would have seen him here countless times, especially last season with Hen by his side. This time, though, it's Vino, and they don't pull zone. They're going to have to move across the zone to try and get into a more comfortable position. But they're ready to do that. They will be willing to do that. When it comes to Mr. Savage, though, he's looking to tarp his way in, using all of his metal to get himself in. But there is some spare, and that's going to be real nice. That added layer of protection from that base will get them closer to where they want to be and allow them to look for opportunities to make plays. And that's exactly what both of these players just love to do. They can get fraggy in the end game, and I want to see them get electric. You can see Hen looking for these opportunities. Will he be able to connect with anything? That's the big question.
Be careful, though. High ground looks like a duo wants to contest it. The issue is they did it the wrong side of the zone, so they're going to have to change to a rotate as Trulex now, making use of the grapple gloves. Going ahead of zone, going to look back now, see if he can get some tags, but he is playing in a solo, so he is 152 below the Storm Surge threshold. Going to have to get some nice shots in here as Trippin and Thomas are doing the exact same thing, waiting for that zone to pull to them and then using the grapple gloves to get ahead, get in front, and get boxed up together. Great job so far, not getting picked off. Harping with their hard materials here, making sure they're using metal and brick. As Queezy and Joe's Dog, although they didn't pull first moving, they've held on to it. They are committed to holding this high ground.
Yeah, this is now very, very critical. Can they hold on to it? We saw them in a similar sort of position last game, but this time things are looking a lot better, a lot stronger. They're really pressuring everyone down below. I highly doubt anybody will try to take it just now. Maybe as we head deeper into the game. But in the meantime, for some of the teams below, what can you do as a team? Hen, Mr. Savage, still up together. The grapple gloves staying tight, side by side, hip to hip. But can they find some eliminations now as well? That is the big question. Hen looking in the backside of the zone, but maybe he's looking the wrong way. It seems that way he goes down, and so Mr. Savage, they got caught with their pants down, caught unawares. Trulex very much being ran over, bulldozed by Uguay and Tayson. Some Titan teams clashing in this endgame right now. And Thomas and Trippin might be looking to try to get into that fight. It's been a quiet game for them on the elimination side of things. But that's just because they're prioritizing staying up, playing on the less congested side of the zone. And you can see a massive battle for high ground. Tayson wants it, Uguay wants it, Gripey wants it. And of course, Queezy and Joe's Dog, they still will want it. But it doesn't seem like they're going to have much of a say. It's Tayson and Uguay who have taken the high ground.
They keep going up and up, reaching for the stars, trying to get that high ground. As now Uguay and Tayson has successfully done it. But was it worth it? Their materials are low. They have duos looking above, taking the shots, trying to do the damage, applying that pressure onto them as we switch back to Thomas, who has to make an aggressive play. Zero materials to work with, goes straight into the box. 115 shot onto his opponent, but it's not enough as Trippin has gone down. Now Thomas playing it out as a solo, goes down. Switching over to Mr. Savage, who's still up, has been playing it as a solo for a while, but we know how comfortable Mr. Savage is as a solo. Nice change of position, but he has to be careful here. Only 14 builds to work with. 3 shots with that grapple glove, getting knocked down to 2, and now put into a position I would not want to be in, but he makes it happen, taking out Clement now with 3 eliminations, but he's just getting started. Mr. Savage is on fire, has the minis, gonna pop them, but now switching over, Cheatin, Gripply, they have to make something happen.
Gripey, he's here on the mid ground. They need to start thinking about what their win condition is. How do they translate this game into a win? It's looking rather dire for them. But look, all around, players trying to do everything they can as Tayson and Uguay just dominate from above. It's really looking like their game to lose now if they can continue to play it right. It's up to the likes of Kiduo and Yusri. You see Yusri looking up for height, seeing if he can chop it out. And maybe the opportunity was there. He just has to stay aware. Mr. Savage down below. Another scenario where he just doesn't have materials, just the one charge left in the grapple glove. And it's just shotgun and a dream. That's what he has to do. And he's running into a box, but it's a box he won't be able to find an elimination in. He gets taken out by Nipsey. And so now Gripey trying to do everything again, just staying together. But the longer these guys wait, the more likely it is that Uguay and Tayson will drop down. They've run low on materials, but can they hit the kind of shots that keep a team in the game? They seemingly can. Uguay picks up one. Tayson isn't able to follow suit. Yusri will be the one taken out. The recharge grapple glove will keep him in the game for just a second. 6 HP and time to get a mini off as well, potentially. What can Uguay do now as a solo?
Nipsey, though, with 4 eliminations, just took down one, looking to see if he can hold off in Storm here. He does have a knock close by, will be able to recuperate a bit of loot, but we got Cheatin, we got his duo partner here. They have the positional advantage, and Uguay has to be careful as, goes for the shot, but he outs them as he gets eliminated. Both players down now in a 2 versus 1. We have Cheating and his duo partner here have the zone, and it's Nipsey who is still healing off, popping the splashes, using the med mists, and now he's gonna have to go into a 1 versus 2 11. This is gonna be incredibly difficult to come out on top in.
Yeah, he won't have enough time to heal off, and he knows that he just needs to run his way in. But for Gripey and Cheating, it is easy peasy, light work. The Victory Royale coming through, a bunch of critical shots made. They won the game in spectacular fashion as well. A very nicely executed game. They stay composed, they stay ahead, and they take out Nipsey in the final moment. A very nice job for a team who very much will be looking to try and prove some of the doubters wrong.
Well played for Grippy and Cheatin. They really made it happen in those last moments. We saw there was multiple duos that had that high ground, from Queasy and Joe's Dog to Tayson and Uguay, but you have to have enough materials. You have to have enough loot to be able to hold it. And those players did not have that, because we saw that engagement for the high ground, that battle to the stars that ended up with Cheatin and Grippy taking home the Victory Royale.
Yeah, look, it was Cheatin and Gripey who came out on top, but we're going to send it to Zeke, Reese, and Taco to break the rest of the game down.
I asked this question about being too aggressive for Taco at the end of game 1. And I think these other duos might have taken it a little bit too far.
A little bit personally, if you ask me. But the thing is, when it comes to momentum building, I mean, these matches are quick, getting in and out. And so I figured maybe Hickers has the same kind of RNG-like landing on the chest, but unfortunately, Joe, he was looking for revenge.
Yeah, we see obviously the Victory Royale coming out from Gripey. Now, these two guys, Cheatin and Gripey, are guys, if you've been in any of the scrim systems in the Noble scrim around, you'll have seen these guys' names. They're pretty much popping up all the time. They're playing as many of the kind of different, trying to figure out the right word, sessions, there we go, as they possibly can. And hopefully it seems now like it's working, right? Previous iterations of the duos that they played with necessarily haven't shown the potential in FNCS, right? We've seen like winning other tournaments, doing really good there, but in FNCS, not necessarily as good. Now, though, the practice all seems to be coming together after that big game.
Especially for Gripey. I mean, there was such an unexpected drop, I think, from Falcon, Uguay, and Tayson, and the fact that Gripey just immediately looks to clean them up with Cheatin', that was looking, again, like Levin mentioned, Tayson and Uguay's match to win. And next thing you know, Gripey's just dominating, Cheatin's just dominating, and it was just a really fantastic finish for them.
I'm wondering, though, because that game ended on a hill and they had 0 builds left completely, if that had gone downhill instead of up, potentially, I think it was Nipsey was at the backside of the zone there, may have actually been able to win that out.
As a solo.
As a solo.
The things that we wish, different timelines, so to speak. Now, hold that thought. Let's talk about standings, okay? Because we saw with that, Cheatin and Gripey do move up into that #1 spot. Remember, top 5 will go ahead and advance. So remember this duo that won last time, High Chris Vortex, because of that early game aggression, now they fall out of top 5. It's only game 2, but they do fall out.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing, right? When you see teams after game 1 do really good on the leaderboard, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do good after game 6, right?
Right.
What matters is being able to do good in all games. And a team I would say is pretty much almost guaranteed to do good in all 6 games. We're going to say Queasy and Hens Dog. As I was going to say Hens Dog. I'm getting thrown off Joe's dog. They can name themselves whatever they want. Here we go. So, you know, these guys, of course,
next name
like
change.
we mentioned. Yeah, well, that'll be the next one, right? 1v1 against Hen instead. Like, these guys, of course, have been super, we hyped them up at the start. Now they seem to be performing to that, right? A couple games doing well here, a couple games doing well there. However, I haven't seen them go that deep into it, right? We saw them at this moment, 5th zone, classic Queasy, always kind of building up on height and trying to claim that as early as possible. As we saw, that got retaken them from by the Falcon boys way later than this, and didn't end up getting as many points as they potentially could have had they gone for it later.
It's kind of insane how fast they're able to burn through these materials as well, because 1 second you're looking, it's 500 metal,
Zero
next
now.
thing you know, down to nothing. And, well, at the same time, though, Queasy and Joe's Dog, they have been absolutely dominating, especially Joe's Dog. I mean, a lot of clutch moments coming out of him.
And of course, the thing that got in their way was now in 7th place, Tayson and Oogway, who've gone up 9 places on the leaderboard from that massive game there. The height retake that they did was really, really beautiful. The usual way that these guys do this is that Tayson will go to the front side, we'll see Chapix come to the back and pinch up on height after.
Talk about this at the top, especially with a new season. A lot of these duos are looking to just say, look, we have to come out. If we can come into qualifier 1, we can qualify, go right to finals. That's it. The practice is paid off. But how many of them are going to be subject to like, oh, we have to just go. We've made a mistake. And now what, right? We'll just have to continue to follow along with this. But right now, I believe it is that time. We are almost getting ready for Battle Bus, okay? So make sure you guys hang on really quickly before we do go. How are we hoping to see Game 3 change?
I'm looking for right now a Hen and Mr. Savage destruction, because that game we saw so much potential of it. We saw them doing really well as teamwork in the earlier game, but again, a little bit of a slip up yet again. I'm loving the potential. It seems to be going much better than we've seen before, so I'm excited. I want to see them keep that up.
And Mr. Savage really came through swinging after he lost Hen there in the mid game, and well, if there's anything I can say for certain, if he holds on to Hen, those two can definitely have a pretty strong finish.
There you go. We love to see it. It's that time, Fortnite fam. We have game number 3 on deck. So find your seats, find your popcorn. It's game 3.
Game 3.
We have another game cooking up just for you guys at home watching. Look, I'm super excited. We've seen 2 very interesting games, and now the third one just on the horizon. An opportunity now for people to really start shaping things up on the standings. I think we've had a couple surprises here and there, right?
A couple shakeups, but getting close to that halfway point is kind of the moment where these players are going to be thinking, is this the right strategy? Should I keep dropping here? Should I change my loop path a little bit? But that is what we're going to see shortly, because the battle bus is ready. Let's see what these duos have been working on.
Let's see indeed who will come out on top in the off-spawn battles, who will make it deep into the game and look to try and shake the standings up a bit. I'm certainly ready for something of that nature. You can see all the players, a south to north bus. What will be the outcome? When it comes to Greasy Grove and the battles here at Reality Falls, I definitely want to see some of the switch-ups, the variety. This time round, Hydro not going to be instantly contested by High Chris. They will claim the top of the tree. But will they win the fight out, and will they be able to stay alive after the fact as well?
Actually just saw on the feed as well, Joe's Dog getting elimination, probably from afar, as he does drop, I believe, uncontested in Shifty Shaft. So maybe something is getting mixed up, changed, as we switch over closer to the Rave Cave in the center of the map here with Ardor and Mikeson, who are going up against some opponents which don't seem to have any shield at all. It's Pickle and his duo partner performed incredibly in round 3, looking to see if they can do the same here, but it's going to be difficult if they keep going down early. But they also have kind of that guardian angel from afar when it wasn't looking too bright for Pickle. The third party came in doing a good amount of damage to Mike's in there, so now they kind of have to reconsider, is this an engagement we want to take? And if we do, how do we do it, as they are other opponents looking at us?
Yeah, it's not looking too hot right now for Artur and Mixon. we'll see whether or not that opportunity, that extra bit of time will pay off well for Meld and Pickle, or whether Artur and Mixon can just jump right back in. When it comes to what Artur's working with, it's not the strongest of loadouts, if I put that lightly. Of course, we'll see what the revolver can do. Just trying to wait for someone to open up, but he actually stands in the open for a bit too long. And we'll now have to use another mini as a result of it. Yeah, this is just not the fight to be taken, boys. A disengage is swift. You got to try to get your loot up somehow, and then maybe consider things again. But in the meantime, I don't expect to see anything going on between those two and Pickle and Meld.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want to take an engagement with a tire and a pistol either, but sometimes you got to work with what you have. As Hijo here saw them drop in the Reality Falls, this time not playing that 50-50 on the chest, but they still want to take the engagement. The Siptos DKS here close by. Actually, I believe looking to see if they can get a sneaky angle, but they seem to be under the waterfall, so got confused there. Thought they were on the builds below. As we switch over to the temple, Gripey now in the first place spot after securing that victory royale last match. I like the position they have here, going from Temple to Daily Bugle. They know how many duos are battling it out there. It's a good opportunity to get the damage, but let's switch over to Pink and Anas here, who are playing extremely aggressive. Nice shot from Pink there, cracking his opponent. Gonna get the knock now in the 1 versus 2 is Pink gonna be able to come out on top here. They do have to be careful as the third party's coming in, so this engagement has to be finished quickly.
Pink looking clean with it so far, picking up the knock, of course, onto Hero. But like you said, can they wrap this fight up in time? The priority now being to just make sure they secure the body. Hero will finally be taken out, and Downwise will follow him swiftly. But the battle is not done just yet. And Anas is up there, and he knows it. Pink maybe actually looking to knock the whole thing down, baiting those guys into building up. And that's exactly what happens, and that actually might be their demise. Will they actually go down though? I believe one fell into the water, and so they will stay alive for just a bit longer. But I like the idea from Pink and Anas. Very great awareness to realize they could make that play, and great efficiency to do it quickly.
It actually worked out. They've split up the opponents. If they decide to take a quick engagement on the opponent close by, they might be able to do a quick 1 versus 2. I mean, one of them is in the water, and the other one's on the opposite side, and they're seeing that now. Anas from below trying to apply pressure as Pink pushes in. This could be the chance to take a quick 1 versus 2, but now the player who fell into the water is trying to get a bit closer, but it's difficult as Pink has the high ground of this engagement, has that positional advantage to take shots from above, making great use of that as he gets the crack with that Stinger SMG now. Looking to see if they can finish this off. They have the loot required. They have the weapons they need. Now it's just all up to the mechanics. Are they going to be able to get that initial impact, that initial knockdown to give them the advantage in this engagement as Anas is looking for a shot. He has that striker pump shotgun, trying to connect the big shot. But as time goes on, their opponents heal up. The zone closes far. You have to make that decision on when it's worth it to keep fighting.
Yeah, and if you watch this duo a lot and understand the dynamics, a lot of the time it's going to be up to Pink to make a big play here. And that's will hit his shots. You can always count on him to do that. But more importantly, can they find that opening? Can they find that gap? Didn't pick up the grapple glove, and so it'll be interesting to see if he comes back for that. But it's very important now that they don't lose focus in this fight. They do have what seems to be controlled. Sindre taking a bit of damage. Fusions getting a bit too separated.
I mean, you really know they want to take this engagement because Anas did not pick up the grapple glove. He would have picked that up if he wanted to rotate. But now seeing that he's rocking the SMG, the AR, the shotgun, they want that elimination.
The thing is, when it comes to timing, they have time on their side. The zone is only just a bit towards the north, and so they'll be able to get it. They'll be able to wrap towards the dead side of the zone. And so I guess the priority again is just conditioning these players. They want to let everybody know, we will fight for the grapple gloves. We will not let you take advantage of us. And so I expect them to not want to leave until Fusions and Sindre have been dealt with.
Look, what's scaring me here, though, Levin, is the amount of ammunition that they are using. But Sindre actually only has 12 shots in his Stinger SMG, so Pink and Anas are not the only ones here. But Fusions as well. 0 materials to work with, no builds. Pink and Anas have that much more of an advantage now, and they are showing that as they connect one shot. They take separate angles. Great positioning from Pink and Anas here. They take down one, and now Anas just has to hit one more shot to take down the last opponent, but Pink manages to come out there, secure that last elimination. Now Pink and Anas, 4 eliminations, both players with grapple gloves. Only issue is they need a bit more of ammunition, and now they have to refarm.
Yeah, that's going to be the end for Fusions and Sindre. But we actually have Miniminer with another update on another team that went down.
Thank you so much, Levin. Now, Mustache and Malibu, we haven't seen too much from them so far today. And again, we're seeing them fall a little bit earlier on than they would have liked. They're switching up the drop, trying to find anything to switch things up and improve things for them. But right here, Reese asked questions of their drops earlier on. Hasn't quite worked out for them. Tried to land towards the south side of the loot lake when they were landing at the north side. Wasn't quite working out. We have Tayson and Uguay taking shots left, right, and center. And for Malibuka and Mustache going down in this fashion off spawn, it's not looking good for them.
Thank you, Miniminer. It really shows the difficulties you can run into during a tournament like this. And the issue is, if you don't have a plan B, it can be difficult to turn it around and come out on top. You have to have multiple options. Not necessarily a different drop in a whole other part of the map, but maybe switch up your loop path or switch up the way you play your drop. And that's just what Mustache and Malibuka seem to be attempting to do right now. But it's difficult when you have Chase and Uguay. Tayson Uguay, sorry. But let's look at the replay here. Mr. Savage getting a nice beam onto one of his opponents there as Hen almost gets knocked down. Actually does get knocked, leaving Savage in a 1 versus 2, but he cleans it up. He makes it happen. You can see he's feeling confident from that last game, that solo clutch that he was able to secure.
And like Mr. Savage, picking up both of them eliminations. Of course, they actually started the day relatively uncontested at Tilted Towers, and so it's interesting to see teams sort of running into their path. Maybe not the crosshairs you want to be running into, though, to say the least. Gripey cheating, the winners of last game, now sitting in a position to hold that team in front of them, and you can see the shots coming through. And just how irritating it is. If you're that team trying to rotate into the zone with those two sitting up perched on the volcano, ready to take shots at you, it's never going to be an easy situation.
Look, we talk a lot about getting the best position, and sometimes the best position isn't in the zone early. You can play out of the zone a little bit if you have an easy rotate and hold the duos that are going to be rotating in late, and then later wander in, and that's exactly what we just saw from the duo on the edge of Daily Bugle there. Making use of the high elevated position, getting the damage needed without putting themselves in a risky situation like we've seen some players do earlier on. But Thomas HD and Tripperen shouldn't have to worry too much about damage, as they do have 2 eliminations currently. They can get tags when they need to. A quick 3-2-1 from the duo here for a little bit of extra tags, and now shortly they should begin their rotate. Question is, what are they going to do? Are they going to go for the least congested side, as they already have a good amount of damage, or are they going to go for maybe a higher elevated position on a hill?
For Thomas and Tripperen, not too bad there when it comes to the damage. With Thomas HD being one of the best aimers in Fortnite, if not the best aimer in Fortnite, maybe he would have hoped he could have done a bit better in that scenario. I definitely would never bet against him in that case. But nevertheless, they still have a journey to get to the zone, and there are a couple teams that are standing their way in that journey to it.
You know, Levin, that in this chapter, Vino has at least 1 elimination in 84% of his matches. That is impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Of course, last season, playing with Aqua, he established himself as probably the best and most aggressive fragger in the lobby for most of the FNCS. And I'm sure he's going to be looking to come into this one with that sort of form. 592 above the damage threshold for Hen and Mr. Savage. This is a brilliant place to be in, as it allows them to maybe play the game a lot more passively. The big thing with them is that how passive can you get? Hi, Chris. Absolutely stomped on by Mr. Savage, crushing them down below. I was just going to say, can you be passive? Clearly not. But they don't need to be if Savage can hit shots like that.
Let's get a replay of that, because what have we just seen from Mr. Savage? Getting put into this uncomfortable situation in a bush, but reacting quickly enough to get a 170 striker pump onto his first opponent, weaving the shot from his second opponent and taking him out as well. Mr. Savage is on fire.
Max damage after max damage. Mr. Savage does it all. Right? Let's not forget, he is playing with one of the best fraggers in Hen as well. And so both of these two, the firepower is endless potentially. 1,000 damage above the threshold. They can just look to play dead side of the zone. I don't even know if they are familiar with that, to be fair, if you know anything about them. But nevertheless, it's looking real nice moving forward. The C3S and DKS, what can they offer to the lobby? Maybe been a bit more quiet. Of course, we've seen them in the earlier game at Reality Falls. And I'm sure they will be hoping and wishing that their loot situation could be a bit better. We'll see where that zone pulls. Third zone pulling towards the Sanctuary South. And so now definitely a journey for them. You can see they're looking at DKS and the C3S. They're going to go for a pre-edit play here, or they're just going to look to try break in. Down below on Surge, you can see they want to force the issue. But it's all about how they can get their damage and maybe not overcompensating for that. Shots being taken, damage being dealt, but it's not them. And you can see just DKS is really struggling now when it comes to the HP. Surge is just ticking away at him.
This is getting incredibly dangerous for this duo. They could spare a bit of Storm Surge damage from Savage and Hen as they're 41 below now, using shield after shield, looking for the tags, looking for the shots, initially trying to go for a pre-edit play, but quickly enough they see there are duos close by taking shots and it's too risky, and now they're just trying to out-heal it. But for how long? As they have no more shields left, they have no more heals left. DKS and the C3S have to do something now, or it's going to be too late. The C3S goes down now. It's all up to DKS still. 41 below, 3 players needing to be eliminated for Storm Surge to no longer be active, and now DKS and the C3S have just fallen due to not having enough damage.
Yeah, that's the end of their journey. Of course, landing at Reality Falls, there's a bunch of teams in that general area, but clearly they've not been able to do enough damage to those teams. And that is the effect of sitting around too passively in these games. You must do damage and find ways to do that. For Floki and Clement, though, a nice position here. Not necessarily exactly center of the zone, but very central. And in a good position to control some of the dead side teams. Up very highly elevated. They can look back at some of those teams like the Trulix and Chicos, the Pinks, and the Nasties of the world who will be on that side and look to deal damage to them when they want to get deeper into the zone if it doesn't pull that side. So a nice position to be in. We'll see again whether that translates. Of course, they did phenomenally in round 3. Still waiting to kick into first gear in these games.
Ripey now continuing his rotate, as a lot of duos still have to get their rotate on. But Hen goes down, and Levin did. Mr. Savage as well.
Yeah, Mr. Savage went down just before him, and so 1,000 damage above, and now back in the lobby. Not the greatest turnaround for Hen and Mr. Savage.
That's really not something you like to see, but looking at a quick replay now on how Mr. Savage and Hen did get eliminated, you can see their opponents going straight into the box. Mr. Savage actually is able to take down one, but the 1 versus 1 for Hen did not go their way, as Pickle and his duo partner come out on top. But looking back now at Joe's dog Queasy, 2 eliminations on the board, 65 points, putting them in 4th place right now. Not in zone, as they're kind of hunting some prey close by on these staggerers. The late rotates in, gets the connection onto one, gets the finish on the other. And now Joe's dog and Queasy, they're playing a bit aggressive here on the edge of the zone.
Yes, looking real nice. Queasy picked up one, Joe another. And so now, can these guys look again, having the kind of game that puts you in contention to win it all? You definitely would bet on them to do so. Very much similar circumstances to some of the previous games. And it's all about them just hitting their stride. For a team like Tayson and Uruguay, though, comfortable, chilling in the zone and looking at players who maybe aren't as comfortable as they are. Will Tayson be able to connect with anything is the big question. There certainly will be opportunities for that to happen, but they are looking real nice when it comes to materials, shields. The loadouts ain't too bad either. So now it's just about getting them points on the board, dealing with the team in that taxi, the only remaining vehicle in the lobby.
I see that vehicle and I'm like, whoa, a vehicle. The only vehicle on the map, but looking at the replay, Joe's dog feeling the confidence, going in, getting one after the other, up to 3 eliminations. One more for Queasy, meaning they have 4 as a duo. That's 8 points in the 4th zone here. If they're able to build that up, keep the momentum going. Once the moving zones start, this could be a huge match for them. As now 32 duos are alive, 60 players. The Storm Surge threshold has appeared, and now the rotates are beginning.
Yeah, you can see a brilliant rotation from Joe's dog and Queasy, rotating along the mountain ridge so that they aren't seen from anybody to their left. There are a couple bushes and trees in their way as well that they use as line of sight, and as they entered into the zone, they look to elevate themselves as well. Excellently done, but just the kind of thing you expect to see from such a top duo.
Floki and Clement are champions of round 3. Now seeming to get a bit closer to some opponents here as they are 81 below. Gonna go for a pre-edit here, but the opponents were ready, taking shots instantly, stopping that push, and now they still have to make something happen. They have the chug splashes to out-heal, but they want to get the damage. They do not want to use this loot early as Floki now gets the edit, but gets his HP drained down to just 13 effective HP, forced to use chug splashes, and shortly maybe even some minis here, but now Storm Surge active. They're going to start losing HP quickly, and they still have to get this damage.
Yeah, it's not looking the best for them right now. We've seen this kind of desperation with other teams when Surge starts knocking on your door and you ain't got the answers. And these guys do not have the answers in this case. The 6th place team going down, Floki and Clement falling at the hands of Stormy Right and Default.
2 eliminations for Stormy right now. Looking to see how they're going to get the rotate as 5th zone. Half and half has pulled to the east side of the map. Majority of duos going to have to rotate. Question is, which ones are going to play for that high ground? Which ones have the grapple glove that's going to permit them to get a pretty clean rotate in? As Zestin here and Waze looking to see if they can get shots onto the opponents that haven't rotated in yet. When you're fortunate enough to get that 5th zone, you have the opportunity to look back at the players that have to rotate. And sometimes you can pick up some eliminations or even just do a bit of damage for that moving zone surge. As now we switch over to Joe's dog and Queasy. Joe's dog actually getting cracked here, down to just 40 effective HP, and now Queasy looking to see if he can maintain his duo partner as he heals up. But they have to be careful. Getting into an engagement now in this 5th zone, there's so many duos close by, so much danger that you don't want to do anything too risky.
Yeah, we've seen in some of the previous games, these guys up in high ground positions, but lacking in materials. And you can see they wanted to go for another pre-edit play, look to try and get their mats up, but being forced to slow down a bit. For Cheating and Gripey, they are forced to slow down all the way to a stop, a halt, as they get sent back to the lobby. And so the team that won the previous game will not have a say in how this one plays out. For Trippin and Thomas, though, when will they finally have a say in how this game finishes? Will this be the game where they can get a victory royale? That is the ultimate question, but a question that many other teams will look to try and answer themselves.
As players are going to be getting a vacation soon because first moving zone has pulled to the beach on the east side of Sanctuary. Now Tayson and Uguay do have the grapple glove fully charged up. They're going to be able to use it, but you can see they're just looking around, keeping an eye of their surroundings, looking for tags when they can, and now the rotates begin. The first moving zone is active. 60 above Storm Surge for Tayson and Uguay, and now the high ground battles begin. The mid and low ground rotates start as Hijo and his duo partner here recycling a bit of their opponent's builds and even playing aggressive on the other high ground team here.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Of course, not working with much in the material department and ultimately falling to their doom. Hijo bit off a bit more than he could chew, but maybe, just maybe, Belize will be able to get him up. The zone is coming in, though. He needs to get it done quickly, and so the time won't be there. But the chug splash, I say chug splashes, chug splash, just a singular one might be enough to keep him up. No, he eventually will be pushed out of the lobby. It's Mixon and Artul up on height. Will Joe's dog and Queasy look to eventually take it themselves? We are at the beach, but it certainly is not a holiday for any of these teams. You cannot afford to kick your feet up and sit back. You have to be on it. And for these players, a lot of them will be on the edge of their seats as they all try and push their way into the zone. A lot of these players on similar layers, side by side, forced now to try and make friends with each other. But then that's nothing friendly about a player like Thomas HD with a shotgun in your face. He doesn't have tripping now, and so he'll be forced to play as a solo.
Thomas looking to play it out, has the med mist going around the zone here, looking to see if he can open up an opportunity. A shot onto an opponent that's not aware of his backside, and he does, but it's only for 33. It's not enough to make the push happen. Now with 15 HP, 65 shield, has the damage, but is gonna have to recuperate the rest of his HP here with the med mist. Is now high ground is going to Ardor and Mikeson as the rotates begin with the grapple gloves. Mikeson now gonna be looking down, has a pretty nice high ground there. Nobody contesting them as Thomas HD goes around now. Only 9 builds to work with. Is gonna have to make a play here for a refresh. Is he going to jump into this box?
Yeah, he has such an excellent feel for the game. He timed that tactical sprint to perfection, allowed him to save some Mysterials and stay in the game for just that bit longer. For Queasy and Joe's Dog, though, they haven't been the high ground force that we usually see them be, but right now, they need to be a mid-ground force. Thomas, though, is very accustomed to doing that. Can he do it again? No. Comeback will be the one to take him out. Thomas will fall. Chicho and Trulix, another team that maybe you would have wanted to see on height, down below, trying to fight it out against all these other teams, and Chicho won't be able to fight hard enough. He will fall, but Trulix is there to pick up the pieces. But what can you build with them? He's trying to stay up in this game. Another solo now, but Tayson and Uguay up on height, looking strong as ever. 4th place right now, but they're bound to rise if they can just hold on. Uguay over-peaking for just a moment, take some damage as a result of it, but they will have time as long as Pinkin and Nas don't have anything to do with it. Those two now dropping down.
Uguay and Payson weren't able to hold the high ground for the whole match last game, but look at Joe's Dog with 7 eliminations, bumping it up to 9. Will Joe's Dog be able to get double-digit eliminations just himself as he continues his wrath? But switching over to Trulex, has 2 right now with a good amount of materials, but Anos looking to get some as well. 5 eliminations for Anos, 3 for Pink, and they are claiming this mid and low ground. But you have to be careful because Norxie comes in from behind, takes down Nebs, but now they have to get the rotate in.
Yeah, Mariah now looking for revenge, but Norxie will strike right back. Back in the eyes of Joe's Dog, though. Now hitting the double digits, 10 eliminations for him. He is feeling it. We've coined him as one of the best fraggers in the world, and he's showing why just now. Up in the mid-ground, but what can they do? Will they go up? Will they go down? If they go down, they'll be at the hands of Pinkin and Nas. Talk about evolution, though. This is a team who many people doubted in their ability to get eliminations. They are not struggling in that department now, but can they be a match for Joe's Dog and Queasy? Those two going up for high ground. A big shot from Joe's Dog. What can he do? 179 max damage, and now the finish as well onto Tayson. What will Uguay be able to do? Can he stay in the game? Doesn't really seem like it. Joe's Dog now, though, trying everything he can, and it is Uguay to force him out. But Pink and Anas ready and waiting in the zone, and they will pick up the game. Double-digit eliminations, 10 for them. Pink and Anas from the Joneses all the way to the Victory Royale. A brilliant game from a brilliant team.
What have we just witnessed, Levin? Joe's Dog, 11 eliminations, just himself, added on to the elims his duo partner had in that final engagement. They went up against Tayson, they went up against Uguay, but the duo that came out on top, that took it home, it was Pink and Anas playing for that low ground, securing those last eliminations, cleaning up the high ground battle, and finishing it off with double-digit eliminations as well. They had 10 eliminations. Pink and Anas are our Game 3 winners.
We saw earlier on in the game, they were fighting for the grapple gloves, and they did so well earlier, and even later as well. They were getting fraggy in that game. We're going to kick it to Zeke, Taco, and Reese to break down all the action on low, high, and mid.
Game number 3 of the FNCS. In just 2 teams were over 20 eliminations. Okay, a fifth of the lobby, they were like, I don't know, let's just game 3 of the FNCS. Here we go. Let's just go get these eliminations. My goodness, Vino is an absolute monster.
Vino is incredible. Look, I know Hen wasn't happy that I said this is an upgrade on the duo. But I'm sorry. This man single-handedly wipes out, I think it was 12 by the end. Was it 12? It was at least over 10 eliminations by himself. And like, one of the best things about him is just notice how often he has a shotgun out. Just notice he's always looking with his shotgun for angles. He's not just holding his build, he's not holding anything else. He's nearly always has an opportunity to take a shot. If someone walks in front of him, bang, he's hitting it.
And it's one thing to expect a team's combination of elims to hit the double digits, but again, cannot put enough emphasis on the fact that Joe's dog just continues to slam through these lobbies. I mean, even in the first and second rounds, he's been absolutely annihilated, just crushing dreams so far. And it's almost like he's trying to secure a victory royale off his elim points alone.
Absolutely. You know, I called him Vino once. That performance gives him that name, right?
Yeah.
He's going back to Joe's dog from now on. But again, this is an absolute rampant terror. If we continue to see performances like this purely out of him, this is going to be incredible. But one of the biggest things is, this is usually a hype player. This is usually a player who's up on top of the lobby doing these kind of performances. We're seeing versatility from him and Queasy now being able to play mid-ground layers and frag out like this. This is something we are yet to see with this duo.
And the thing, too, is even though they did not get the victory royale, it doesn't matter. With a performance like this, it's like, oh, wow, we missed out on like 3 points. Ooh, when you're looking at this, 12 elims right now, that's now putting him at 13 combined. They don't need the VR. Just do that again. Run it back.
They basically already came in that top 5 placements. They were already there, and then they just made it even better with that amount of elims. But more importantly, I couldn't help but notice, Tayson and Uguay, they looked like they were so set up for success here. And again, it was Joe's dog who was there to pretty much seal the deal on shutting down Tayson right at the very end.
One who did it, but look, this is what it's ended up resulting in the leaderboard. You can see they moved up 3 places. They moved up 3 places. Tayson and Uguay up 4. Pinkin and Ass also up 25, which we'll come back to a little bit later as well. But look at the point difference on that far right. 119 now, and it's mainly due to eliminations. Look, 18. 10. We're on 13 as well, but 18 eliminations up there. That level is absolutely unbelievable. And of course, you've got to put a lot of that down to the big Joe's dog, aka Vino.
A lot of heavy fragging coming through, essentially, but also have to give some credit there to Queasy. I think that supportive gameplay that he was providing for Joe's dog all the way through into the late game definitely came in pretty clutch at some moments. But one more time, it wasn't these two who even managed to bring it home. You would think so off the elim counts alone, but was really impressed by what I saw out of Pinkin and Nas there at the end.
Definitely. Pinkin and Nas doing really good. And this is actually, again, something I mentioned a little bit there when it came to Queasy and Vino. They were playing low ground. This is, yet again, something we've not seen from this team at all. They're usually a high ground or nothing kind of team. Now having the versatility of being able to play low, play mid, pick up victory royales from the low by spraying out Uguay, and of course, well, Joe's dog was also up there. The 2 players who decided to not be their main brand at the same time, so we can mention them both in one sentence. That's great. Down on the low ground and picking up double-digit eliminations. That's 2 things they're not known for. High eliminations and not playing high.
A third time's the charm, it would seem, with Pinkin and Nas here, because they were just silent sleepers throughout this lobby. But as soon as they got into that late game swing, their potential just really started to take over.
Absolutely. And how can we not talk about Tayson? The big man himself being up now in 3rd place, looking really juicy on the leaderboards. But similarly, this is one of the things I want to mention. While I saw them at this point, 150 builds, right? And I said to you, Zeke, I said, these guys are winning this game. No, I was wrong, okay?
The classic caster's
Yeah,
curse.
I wasn't right. Yeah, but
we keep doing it to them.
I know, but they were so set up. Their mid game was so good that set them up into this position where they could kind of chill out, right? And you saw them obviously picking up a bunch of refresh eliminations here, getting even more materials capped up, and that allows that opportunity for them then to go up for high because they can just hold it, right? They don't need to do anything else more stupid than.
That's crazy. They're starting to just get the ball rolling, right? This is kind of, it's interesting to me. They're kind of already treating this like a finals, right? They kind of know what. It's about like sending a message. You know, at the end of the day, it's about sending that message. They're like, look, this is the level we're playing at. Everyone else, you need to be here or you won't be moving on. I love to see it, but that's enough from us for at least right now. We have to get back into more games. This is game number 4. We have 2 more after this, so buckle up. It's game time.
Game 4. 3 games down, 3 more to go. Levin, I'm curious about how Tayson and Uguay have been playing these recent matches. They've always been able to get that high ground. They play it correctly. They wait for the right moment to strike, and they get the high ground, but in all these matches, they've been getting taken out just in those last moments, and another team has been taking it home. What are they going to do to change it up?
Well, ultimately, right, you know, they've been up against some very difficult competition. It's not been the easiest of moments in those final games, but ultimately, right, they are getting to those moments on a consistent basis. They have everything well searched and well rehearsed. They know what they need to do to continue to stay in that top 5, and I expect them to execute it well. Like Reece said, mid-game, early game, sorted. End game, they understand the fundamentals of that better than most players in the world of Fortnite. They will be perfect. I told you earlier, guaranteed top 5. So let's hop back into the game and see whether they can live up to that standard.
It's all about the consistency, Levin, and Tayson and Uguay have it. They've been getting to these end games, and they've been playing them almost perfectly. It's just those last moments. But I'm sure one of these matches is going to be theirs as the players start dropping. We saw Merstash and Malibuka have been mixing up their drop a little bit, but which duos will do the same? As now Haijo and the Lucy here go for the chest, but no, Vortex picked up the weapon beforehand, the Ranger assault rifle, and used it to secure those 2 eliminations. Once again, that early game engagement going Vortex's way.
Vortex clean with it there, but we're switching gears right away. Pickle now up against the wall. What can he do? Artur will ultimately fall as well. So once again, Melda being the one to secure things for his duo. But nice, a lot quicker of a fight than what we saw last game. Last time round, it was a very long, drawn-out fight. But let's see what happened with Malibuka and Merstash this game. Last game, they went down early. This game, they're picking up eliminations. And Malibuka with some emoting as well, just to try get in the minds of Pablo and Swag, the players that they ultimately took out. But for this team, right, they are known for not necessarily being great off spawn or consistent in that regard, but the games that they do get to play out typically are big, big games. So I would not be surprised if we see Malibuka and Merstash in the final moments of this game as well.
And only being halfway through the tournament, they still have 3 big opportunities to get those matches. And if they're able to play these next 3 matches out very well, they just might be able to bump themselves in a high spot in the leaderboard. But looking back at Noah Riley, Resin here playing for the grapple gloves against Marine and Nebs, forcing that early game engagement. And now Marine Nebs are at the disadvantage here. They do not have a lot of HP shield to work with as Resin and Noah look for the perfect angle to strike, and they get it. Nebs goes down now. 1 more shot needed to connect, and Resin takes out Marine, and there it is. Little bit of emoting, little bit of action as Resin and Noah Rayleigh come out on top here with 2 eliminations, knocking out Marine and Nebs. But looking back at the Daily Bugle, heavily contested POI in the tournament today, as Wolfgod looking to see if he can find some angles down below. The thing is, there's so many duos in that area that it gets risky when they start going up on the ridges and taking shots from afar, trying to do a little bit of tags here and there. But if they play this early enough, they might have a bit of free time, some breaths to try and connect some shots here and go for those early game eliminations. But overall, it's pretty risky in the Daily Bugle.
Yeah, of course. When it comes to these players, for the most part, they've been both coming out of things. Oof. In an even playing field. Astro goes down this time. A big shot by Wolf Dog. Or Wolf God, sorry. I'm calling everyone a dog now because of your boy Joe's dog. But it's not Wolf Dog, it's Wolf God, the other way around. And they win out the battle there, but you can see in the surrounding area, Gripey and Cheating may have something to say about who comes out of the Bugle. Frey and Cold Fan winning out this fight. Cold Fan getting both of the eliminations. And now a chance for this team to start to push their way back up. Of course, in Game 4, we've had a couple games to sort of get a feel for things, but they've not necessarily had the best of fortune on the standings, and so an opportunity now to maybe improve in that regard.
I want to know a little bit of what the grapple glove off-spawn engagements are looking like, though, as we just saw Noah Rayleigh Resin take out Marine and Nebs. So let's throw it over to Mini Miner, see what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Takata. Now we're seeing Kiruo and Yuzuri, right here, landing on the grapple gloves, just going straight for these off spawn. Now this is actually the duo with the least amount of experience in our top 5 currently. They actually had their first finals last season, but they're not showing any of that lack of experience right here. We can see Kiruo going for those grapple gloves and actually grappling the other one, because you can't carry 2 in your inventory at once, making sure he claims that grapple glove for his teammate, and maybe they'll use it later on in the game. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people don't necessarily realize about the grapple gloves, right? You can sort of use it the way you would use a harpoon. The great benefit of that as well is that, you know, it doesn't actually use a charge the way, you know, a harpoon would. So very, very interesting to see. Again, we talked at the start of the show about just how important these grapple gloves will be. We saw last game, Pink and Anas literally win the game after fighting for grapple gloves and using those grapple gloves in the end game to make their lives just that bit easier. They are so key in these lobbies. For Hardfind and ADN though, they need to just focus on winning this fight. That's going to be the key to them staying in the game.
Currently at the edge zone here, trying to find the angles to get one of those big striker pump shots out, or any really opportunity that gives them the push. But if you don't have anything appearing, any opportunities, sometimes it's just not worth it to wait it out, especially when the zone has not closed onto you. So they choose to take the disengagement. But a duo that's not looking to take that disengagement, it's Raisin and Pena who take down one of the opponents now, putting themselves in their advantageous position, going straight into their opponent's box here, trying to get a bit of piece actioning. But looks like their opponent, Irezubi, is going to try and escape here. He has the chug splashes, has the materials, burning them all. As now, even if Pena and his duo partner get this elimination, he might not have too much loot to grant them. The 2 versus 1, you can see he is making a run for it. I mean, Irezubi is not trying to get eliminated here. He is doing everything he can to escape. It looks like ring around the rosy as the chase continues, but Irezubi getting a huge shot onto one of the opponents, actually knocking them down, putting it into a 1 versus 1 situation, and the zone is also coming to a close here. 1 minute and 50 seconds until the zone closes. Irezubi quickly turning around this engagement, popping 2 minis, has a big pot, but he does not want to let his opponent pick up his duo partner. He wants to take this 1 versus 1. How the tables have just turned.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult. He knows he can't allow them to revive. I think he is using the med kit though to get his HP back up. That gives him some extra time. And so now, what can he do in this 1v1? Raisin doesn't look like he'll be revived, and so it's all up to Pena to do everything to keep his team in it. Now, finally creating some extra room to get the revival. 5 seconds left, and Irezumi's going to let it happen. The spray will come through, but I believe they will stick it. Will Raisin be picked back up? It does seem like it. And so now another 2v1 situation for Irezubi. Already hit a big shot, but can he do it once again? The odds are definitely not in his favor, but that won't stop him whatsoever. Trying now to knock on the door, but it's a door that sadly will not be opened. Pena will burst through and take him out. Raisin and Pena live to see another day.
Round of applause for Irezubi there, though. Was able to turn around that engagement without having any advantage at all. Being cracked, not too much materials to work with, but he was able to make use of the sprint mechanic, the mantling mechanic, and almost had that 1 versus 2. But looking back now on the southern side of the map here, Pink and Anas look like they've rotated out of their drop spot quickly here, looking to see what their plan is, where they want to be positioned up going into this first zone, as it's going to be coming to a close here, and second zone is going to appear actually right on to where Pink and Anas were at there. They're actually at the least congested side of the zone currently, so I hope they have enough damage. If not, they're going to have to make something happen. As now, looking at Hen and Mr. Savage, they were doing so well, 1,000 damage above Storm Surge in the last match, but ended up going down before the late game and was unable to secure those crucial placement points that you need to maintain a spot in that qualifying rage on the leaderboard. As we switch over to Cold Fan here and Freight, we're having an engagement inside of the zone here. Not something you want to do constantly, but sometimes you don't have much of a choice.
Yeah, if they've got the necessary heals to get themselves back in zone, and obviously that's a possibility. Of course, what people need to realize though is that this season there was the added feature of storm sickness, and so the longer you stay in zone, the more likely you're accumulating time to that. And when storm sickness starts to strike, your HP goes down rapidly. You aren't able to out-heal the zone. And so you very much need to make sure that you aren't staying in for too long, especially if you intend on playing an endgame where you might be forced to play in the zone at times. Can get very, very awkward for some of these teams. And so for Rifty and Flodax, what will the plan be? How will they go about this? Right now, Rifty's running further away from the safe zone, so you know, clearly not thinking about storm sickness just yet. And if he is, he'll also be thinking about how to avoid it. You can see Joe's dog Queasy over in this Coney area, taking shots, looking across the loot lake, seeing what they can find. Currently in first place, a spot I expect to see them in for a lot of the competitions we watch them in this season. Of course, they've already won one of the Cash Cups this season, and I'm sure adding FNCS Qualifier 1 to the list would not be too shabby at all. For Takata, for Thomas and Trippin, somewhat of a quiet day for them.
Pretty passive, but for how long is the question? Being only 15 above Storm Surge, that passive day might have to turn into an aggressive one, as now only 2 above. It's getting lower and lower down that threshold. They have to figure out what their plan is. Are they going to build up here, look for shots in afar? Are they going to play aggressive and make a push?
So you can see, right, they've rotated all the way down to the south side of the zone. They're trying to play on the less congested side, but the biggest problem they're going to have is being able to find control on less congested side, being able to manipulate the teams all around you, find ways to get damage. That's been an area they've not been necessarily too strong with this season. Maybe this game they'll be able to find that sort of solution. It would be a shame to not see these guys qualify. Of course, Rave Cave uncontested would be a dream for many of the teams in this lobby, especially with how talented those two are as well. On the flip side of things, right, for a team like Gripey and Cheaton, not necessarily set up in the zone, but also looking to try and manipulate players in their area, looking to hold teams in, and just do as much damage as they possibly can.
Looking for the tags. They do have a high elevated position here. The issue is they are 78 below, so you do have to hit those shots, but that's exactly what is happening here. The issue is there's only 15 seconds left until this zone closes, so if you're not a decent amount above the Storm Surge threshold, you might start losing HP here soon. But Tayson goes for a cheeky play there, trying to take a shot onto a window, but it is not looking like it turned out too well. Tayson gets cracked now. Oogway trying to help him out here. If they end up going down, there are still 80 players up. You want to just get the damage here. They don't need the eliminations. They need the damage. 2 duos close by. They need to hit a big striker pump shot here, and that might just be what they've done. 82 above. The engagement continues. 2 duos taking shots now, making the other players in the surrounding area look at them and take shots from afar. They have to be careful here, but their opponents are losing HP rapidly to Storm Surge. They are below, which gives them the advantage in this engagement, but there's so many duos close by that it could be risky to get in and go for those elims.
Yeah, you can see on the right side of your screen, U3 very much struggling when it comes to, you know, just staying alive in this lobby. Kiduo, the one to be taken out. And so now with just such low HP, looking to create as much space as possible as he knows he's going to be hunted down, I believe, by Nipsey and Coop. Yes, indeed. And so he did well to create a bunch of boxes, create that space, that separation, just to give himself some time to heal. But ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, winning out a box fight against these guys is going to be somewhat of a challenge. But for Nipsey and Coop, they actually will disengage, and maybe a blessing in disguise for U3, as he can stay in this game for just a bit longer. But I'm sure we'll have to keep eyes on how that one plays out. Vanyak, Kami, not going to have much to say in this one. They get taken out by High Chris and Vortex. who on multiple occasions today, Takata, we've seen be very aggressive and it paying off.
Not only in the early game, but also in the mid game, Levin, and that's what they continue to do and continue to show with 3 eliminations here. But looks like Tayson has gotten knocked down. We saw what was happening just a bit ago, and now it looks like Uguay is going to be able to pick up Tayson, but they have to get the rotate on. Gonna have to use their splashes here. Would be better to use them in the late game, but sometimes you don't have much of a choice, as now they continue to get their rotate on. You can see there's a lot of duos that are doing the same rotate, and on the bright side, I don't see too many duos already in zone. Looking back, there is a few, but the more time they take, the more duos that will be based up. Looking back, as Uguay does a great job of using the environment here to get his rotate on.
Of course, things were looking very uncomfortable for them there. Of course, Tayson having to be revived. But the big thing is, they're going to need a refresh. And now, that's scary, but not for them. For anybody else in the lobby that has to fight up against those guys, especially when they're so hungry. We'll see whether or not they actually will pull through with that. But it is essential that they do get a refresh on those materials relatively soon. Some extra shields wouldn't be too bad either. And now over back to Yusri, who we know is playing this game as a solo. He does have a grapple glove, which again, will just buy him extra time when having to make rotations. But the moment somebody significant enough figures out that he is a solo, it's going to be very, very difficult for him to really do anything in this lobby. With just so many elite teams all around, the space to operate in just won't really be enough.
What scares me with Yusri is that he doesn't have a single elimination, not even his duo partner, so he most likely will have to get a bit of damage here, and doing it as a solo is incredibly risky, especially if your opposing duos find out that you're playing as a solo. But Gripey, alongside Cheetah now, getting a position a little closer here into the zone.
Yeah, I was a bit greedy there, right? In those sort of positions, when you're rotating in, knowing there's teams, you want to be holding your builds out, right? Ready to build instantly. He sort of was a tiny bit greedy, and just that there will cost him a bit of HP, a bit of shields, and that goes a long way in these kind of lobbies where the margins are so fine. And so he has to be more aware, has to be more alert. For Pink and Anasto, they have to make their way into zone. You can see Pink's constantly scouting around. The mastermind he is, he'll be planning every possible rotation. Similar sort of situation for Trulex, a very intelligent player. So now, for him and Chicho, what can they do? We've seen him in a lot of these end games, of course. Landing towards Rocky Rills, they'll have access to those grapplers towards the north of it in many of these games. But you got to get deep into the game to really start to make use of it in the end game. They get split up there, Chicho and Trulex, but Chicho will shortly be able to rejoin his IGL.
105, the force storm or above the storm surge threshold, sorry, but you can see how quickly it can start going down, how dangerous it can get as Yusri, like I was mentioning before, is below the storm surge threshold. Now he does have 31 builds to work with, has the grapple gloves for mobility, and even has a med mist if he needs to survive in zone a little bit. But the duo that he's getting closer and closer to, the two duos, is Thomas Tripperin and Noah Riley Resin. That is not a team I want to go for a 1 versus 2 against. So you can even see Yusri here is playing it incredibly slow, incredibly sneaky, trying to not make any noise at all.
Yeah, you can see he's aiming down his sight. When you're sort of crouched like that, even when you are sort of crawling around sometimes, you will make sound. And so making sure to aim down sight, just so he makes absolutely no sound. Fortunate though to pull the zone, which will mean he doesn't have to move. In the meantime, there will all be players moving around him. Of course, Thomas above, Trippin. Have a nice little tarp here, a bit of space to work with. But a lot of players in the lobby having to make their journey to zone. The big thing here for them is, of course, they are sitting relatively elevated, so they'll have a good line of sight on the teams who have to make their way into zone. But you can see Trippin, Thomas, they built a bit further into the middle. They didn't want to sit right on that edge of the half in, half out. It gets a bit too clustered there, especially if you don't pull the first move in zone. So you can already see the foresight, the planning from Trippin and Thomas. Asa, Wolf, God, not doing much planning, and ultimately will suffer as a result of it running. into a dark alley, and at the end of that alley was Default and Stormy Right, who closed them down.
Walking into opponents' builds is one of the most dangerous things you can do. But it's also one of the most beneficial if you're able to recycle the builds correctly. The issue is you have to know if it's a position where there's likely to be an opposing duo waiting or not. Sometimes it's hard to find out, but you kind of have to be aware constantly of who's close by, where your opponents are, how they're moving, so you have a general idea of what you can do. But now Tripperin and Thomas looking to get a bit of damage done here. They have all the loot they need. They have the mobility, but they can always use a bit of eliminations, as Queasy, though, is down to only 61 effective HP, making use of those armored walls to try and pop a medkit here. But Joe's dog also is only down to 40 HP. Fortunately left, they do have 100 shield here, so now gonna be looking for angles. Doesn't have a lot of vision, though, which is the scary part here, so the rotate is gonna be a little blind, but they do have the grapple gloves, so they're not getting fully punished.
The problem is, though, right, when you grapple glove, you want to be on a higher layer so you have things to attach to, you have vision of what you can attach to. Being down, stuck below, makes things awkward. And with Joe's HP, they don't have much space to play with the zone, and so now you can see trying to move away. Probably going to look to find some space, and that's exactly what they do. Nicely done by Joe and Queasy. Improvising where necessary. And now it's going to be about dealing some damage. Queasy actually gets stuck in the backside, right? So now he has a journey to go to catch up. Tayson is actually down, and he went down at the hands of Anas now. Pink and Anas going to do the double win again. For Uguay in the zone, though, he's having to use those splashes just to stay alive.
Uguay making all of his splashes, getting put to a good use here, has the damage needed even as a solo, but now it's all about making that clutch happen. 104 points in the third place spot. Now in first moving zone, sixth zone, sorry. Let's see if Uguay can make something happen here as he continues to rotate. And Joe's dog as well is left as a solo on the low ground, fishing up his opponent's loot.
Joe's dog, first place, solo. Uguay, third place, solo. Yusri, second place, solo. So many of our top teams all having to fend off as solos. And just as I predicted at the start of the game, Mustache and Malabuka, you give them a chance and they will bite at it. Here in the end game now, with a great circumstance, plenty of materials in the front side of the zone, looking back at all these weak teams. Those Stinger SMGs, they hurt and they rip through builds, and that's exactly what they're doing now. Can they find this elimination? So close, but it doesn't matter. The grapple gloves will allow them to stagger and continue. They need to make sure they move up, going on a higher elevation. Yusri, second place will fall. However, Uguay remaining as a solo. What can he do in this one? Not much to work with other than a shotgun, but that's enough in the hands of Uguay. Finding something, but will he be able to stay alive and continue to move towards the zone?
The solos continue to play it out as Joe's dog now looking for above, getting the shots, getting what he needs, but he wants those eliminations. The good thing is he has 42 builds to work with. He has a lot of time, a lot of space, using the zip line though, going right into his opponent's box, and once again getting back down onto the zip line. I am not even sure what is going on right now as Joe's dog continues to build, to fly around, but ultimately gets knocked down. And look at this zone. This is incredibly dangerous for the low ground duos here as the zone crosses this ridge, but Mustache and Malibuka ride the train up the leaderboard here. This could be their comeback now with already 10 eliminations, looking to secure more as Cope with 3 eliminations, playing as a solo, trying to do what he can. And Uguay also is gonna go down, but now Floki looking to make something happen.
Yeah, Floki all alone in such a dangerous world, falling all the way down to the bottom. Was all the way up before and now being sent back to the lobby at the hands of Malabuka. You know, in EU, you cannot be sleeping on mid and low. They will be there to clean you up and out. Paco might be the next victim, but he is wise enough to elevate, but he doesn't even suffer because of it. Quickly taken out by Malabuka, chasing him down. Reason and Noah Riley, they're up in this game deep as well, and we know the firepower they hold, but will they be enough to match Malabuka and Mustache, who are down below them? It will be Vortexes and Bevies looking to force them down, and Vortexes will actually pick up Reason, and so Noah, as a solo, forced to drop down now, and that's not a good place to be, especially when Malabuka and Mustache are lurking.
Bevies Vortex used that opportunity with the knock to go aggressive, go for those extra little eliminations. But remember that Merstash and Malibuka, they're on fire. They're with 12 eliminations. Noah goes down here. Merstash now with 7, meaning they have 13 eliminations. It's a 2 versus 2. High ground versus low ground. The battle has to begin here as now Malibuka takes down the first one, putting him in the advantageous position, the 2 versus 1. But Vortex does have the elevation, has the positional advantage. It's the player advantage versus the positional advantage. Which one is going to come out on top as Vortex uses the zip line? Now Malibuka takes the high ground, and ultimately they secure the victory royale. Merstash with 9 eliminations, Malibuka with 6 eliminations. We might have just seen the highest elim match today.
What a game for Malibuka and Merstash. It's no secret what they can do when given the opportunity. We called it from the beginning of the game. In games where they get a chance to play, they can win, and win in spectacular fashion. So many eliminations, players falling at the wayside at their feet. Malibuka and Merstash are ruthless, they do not care, and they will win games. A brilliant start to what could be a phenomenal comeback.
Halfway through the tournament, Malibuka and Merstash were on the edge there. They weren't feeling too great, but now with game number 4, the match they just had, I want to see how far that's bumped them up the leaderboard. So we're going to throw it over to Zeke, Reese, and Taco. Take it away.
My goodness. Qualifier number 1 here in Europe. We keep talking about aggression. We keep thinking we've seen it all. And then EU's just like, here's the slurp juice. Hold on. Here we go. 15 elims coming out from Merstash and Malibuka. This is why this is a duo we tend to talk about a lot. Especially we talked about a bunch of them last season. And now it feels like it's just a continuation of that.
Like I'm telling you. See when you don't talk about Merstash and Malibuka when they're in the lobby? But the instant thing in the back of my mind is like, where are these guys at? What's happening? And that was answered for us beautifully by Mini last game when we saw them struggle off spawn, like a really bad drop in the middle of nowhere. No loot they landed on, clearly didn't have a plan. This game went so much better, of course, as we just witnessed by 15 eliminations. I want to stress that before this, they had 18 points.
They were definitely down bad up until this game. And I think the most important part about it, too, that's also really impressive is that they're able to maintain their mental throughout this, because I think a lot of duos or just players in general, whenever you get yourselves into between like a rock and a hard place here, because it's just so tough, I think, when you just back to back to back, not able to make it through that early game aspect, and then out of nowhere, you're just dominating, but they're not the only ones.
Absolutely. You know, we saw Queasy and Joe's dog there at the same time struggle at the start, right? We could see, obviously, at this moment, Queasy was super weak. He ends up going down a little bit early, unfortunately. But yet again, an incredible performance from Joe's dog, aka Vino. Not only able to pick up eliminations, but look at this. 11 builds, look at the bottom right now. It ended up going up to 130 builds in that moment. So he was able to harpoon all the way up to pretty much capped materials using this. Here it is, sorry, there we go. I'm getting ahead of myself. 132 builds now, almost capped materials just by using that harpoon to get himself there. That one item alone has pretty much gained him probably another 20 points.
And that's something that you can never go unsaid, because if there's anything, Joe's dog, it might not have been able to put up the double-digit elims this go around, but that doesn't really matter when you're still able to hold on and solo clutch it out. And I think that by far has been one of the most impressive aspects of Europe so far. It just never seems like any of these duos can be counted out, even when they lose their partner.
All about the incremental advantages, right? Hey, we may not win, but we can still get those points, stay on top. That's what we're looking to do. Let's take a look at our standings, see how things are shaking out. So that was game number 4. We do have 2 more on deck. And please don't forget, your top 5 at the end of this day will automatically advance to finals. So that's what we're competing for. Queasy, Joe's dog, looking real good right now. I kind of want to turn attention to right around 5th and down, right? We're seeing this almost breaking into the 100-point threshold. Pink and Anas, they're holding at least for now.
They're holding for now, and I mean, that game, the top 5 basically all kind of went down at the same time, right? So there's a lot of shakeups down here, and then honestly on the next page there's even more, obviously, because Malibuka Merstash flew up into around what I'm thinking is like 11th place right now as well. So there's a lot of shakeups at this minute, and for the next couple of games, obviously there's a lot to play for to jump up into the top 5.
And there's also not a lot separating these teams that are in 6th and under, especially in this top 10, because right now I think I'm really keeping an eye on Thomas, Tripburn. Same thing for Floki and Clement. You know, a little bit quiet for now, but it's almost like a shark in the water. They're just waiting for their chance to strike.
Absolutely. And you know what? If for these players to get to end game, they've got to have a good early game, but they've also got to have a good mid game, which means that they have to plan for Storm Surge, of course, something that we talk about throughout the entire day. Game 1 all the way through, and the stage has set the scene for it as well with our nice little purple change here. Now, of course, there's multiple ways in which players can get their damage, of course. You need to get damage. If you don't do damage, the lobby will do damage back to you. And there's a couple methods here, of course. Chris and Vortex in this exact example. We saw this earlier a couple games ago, doing the crazy man's method. Deciding, you know what, I'm getting straight in, I'm jumping straight into the box. Didn't work. By any means. Most of the time it doesn't, and that's why you want to be a little bit slower. You want to take your time, get some shots from distance, just get some tags over the entire span of the game so that it builds up repeatedly. If you don't, it ends up like this, that the storm's going to be active and you're yet again going to have to take another fight. This is kind of, I almost want to say the ideal situation where you're at a distance. You can play safe. You can just get shots after shots after shots. And this damage will add up to all of the different storm surges that you'll do throughout the game, which means that the lobby won't damage you back.
And that's the thing, too, with these duos that don't have to worry about that Storm Surge hot on their heels, and they don't have to look for those moments of desperation that I think we've been seeing a couple of these duos falling victim to and essentially eliminating themselves, because when you put yourself in a tight position, when you put yourself in a pinch situation, it's very difficult, I think, to maintain and actually not only maintain your materials, but just maintain an ideal spot to even come out on top.
A lot of these players, man, this isn't like a new concept, right? Storm Surge has been around for so long, so these players really need that backup strategy. What if things go wrong? How do we adapt? How do we immediately shift gears and say we can get ourselves back in the game? A mark of a true trio. We're getting ready, though. We're almost about that time, about to jump back onto that battle bus. And once again, don't forget, it's only 2 games left to go. This is just qualifier number 1. We will have 2 more, and then, of course, we're coming back for semis. So don't get too scared. Your teams, your favorite duos out there, they can make it. Just keep on believing in them. But it is that time. Fortnite fam. This is the next game. This is the FNCS. These are your casters.
Game 5.
It's the penultimate game of Qualifier 1. It's been a long day so far, but a fun one at that. My name's Evan2K. I'm joined by the wonderful Takata. We don't have much time left, but for these players going into these final games, it's time to make adjustments. It's time to step up and rise to the occasion.
So many storylines, right? Malibuca and Merstash having a massive game from previous not so great matches. Now with 2 more opportunities to do exactly the same thing and maybe make a comeback on that leaderboard. We also have Mr. Savage and Hen, who are starting off so strong, but had 1 match where they got eliminated early, and it's kind of making them contemplate what the real game plan is. But the battle bus is ready. Let's see how these players adapt, how these duos get better and change from their mistakes. So, Levin, let's get right into the match.
It is time to do everything you can with what is potentially some of your last opportunities of the day and make it count. We've seen so many off-spawn battles across the day. Some teams have really stepped up and proved people wrong, and others have this game and the next one to maybe finally start doing so. For Malibuca Mustache, they have been a team that has finally stepped up and maybe doing so again. Mustache clinical with those 2, and the 2-shot shotgun will come through again. Pablo and Swag, they do not have the facilities to handle Mustache and Malibuca right now, and Malibuca and Mustache are letting them know with the emotes.
Pushing over to Pickle, though, who's put himself into a pickle here as he's gotten knocked down, leaving it up to his duo partner that now is below 25 effective HP. All the disadvantages you could have, and there it is, he goes down. But going back to Malibuca Merstache, this is the best thing that could have happened to them, Levin. Come out on top with 2 quick eliminations in the early game from the last match they just had. That means they can continue their momentum. We can continue riding the Merstache and Malibuca train up the leaderboard if they just get through this early and mid game. Because you know, Levin, when Malibuca and Merstache, they're in the late game and they're on fire, they can really make something happen.
Yeah, it would be an absolutely spectacular way to finish the tournament if they were able to launch a comeback worthy of a top 5 performance. I'm sure that's what everyone at home would love to see. That's the kind of entertainment that I'm in it for. But on the flip side, a team that is very entertaining just from their pure dominance game after game. Queasy, Joe's dog, starting off things incredibly well, dealing a great amount of damage. Queasy actually cracking one of the players and getting rid of their shields. You can see he doesn't have much ammo to work with, right? But still looking to just push onto Raisin. And Payna doesn't even have many builds, right? I think he only has about 5 left now. Oof. And having to use them all basically now just to protect himself. And maybe this was a bit too overzealous from Queasy, but if he can hit this shot, it won't matter too much. Joe's Dog from afar will pick up the knock with just 1 bullet. And so now they can launch their assault onto Payna, and Joe's Dog will handle that as well. He is such a cheat code when it comes to just dealing damage, getting eliminations. We saw it last season's finals, just how aggressive, how powerful he can be in these games. And once again, showing it here alongside Queasy. Not missing a beat whatsoever.
I got scared there, 11, when I saw Queasy going in, just 1 more build to work with. And he was getting shots taken at him, but if you can hit your shots, like you said, 11, if you've got the aim, you can really make anything happen. As we switch over to Yusri here and his duo partner in the Synapse Station southern side of the map have the grapple gloves. Have a good amount of loot. And from what I can see on the mini-map, not too many duos close by. But we switch over to Pink and Anas here, who have put themselves into a risky situation as Pink has gone down, leaving it all up to Anas, but he also is going to get eliminated here now, getting knocked out in 43rd place. That is going to be dangerous for Pink and Anas, as now they've given the grapple gloves away, and another duo is going to continue rotating through.
Yeah, that is a very difficult situation for Pink and Anas now. We obviously know that they want to fight for the grapple gloves. They want to let Q-Roll and Bandwise know, we will continue to fight you and beat you, but this time round they lose that fight, and so that will just continue to give Q-Roll and Bandwise that extra bit of confidence. They will believe in themselves and back themselves to be able to win that fight against them. And for Pink and Anas, who are sitting in what, around, they were around 5th place, right? And so they were a team that needed to have a big game in order to secure that spot going into the final one. This now will be a setback and add so much extra pressure on them in game 6. But nevertheless, if they can't rise to that pressure, then what are they in it for? This is what it's all about at the top level of competitive Fortnite in EU, handling the pressure well. We're seeing that from teams all around the lobby, winning fights left and right. For Uguay and Tayson, they've certainly been able to hand pressure well in a lot of these games. And I expect to see them do that again.
Being the 5th match, you already had your chance to change up your strategy, adapt to your opponent's routes, and play the best Fortnite you can. And now in these last 2 matches, it's really your chance to get those big games and push your position up the leaderboard. So like Levin said, you go into that last match feeling confident and in a good position to qualify. But remember, even if you don't qualify today, there's not only 2 more qualifiers, there's also series points you get just for getting a nice position on the leaderboard. So it's all about the best you can do, as Gripey is farming up, and Thomas HD here is looking for a cheeky little shot on this ridge.
Yeah, Thomas HD from above, hitting shots like, you know, he can actually be humbled for just a moment. Can't afford to be too overzealous. Needs to protect himself.
Looking to see what they can make happen here. Seems like they've played this position almost every game. It's kind of their set path after looting to go up to this hill, look for the tags and get the damage needed to continue rotating once the zone does come to a close here. As we switch over to Hen and Mr. Savage, who are getting a bit aggressive here, going for the box, going for the piece and getting it as Hen knocks down Hijo. Played out very well, as now they're put into that 1 versus 2. It's Mr. Savage and Hen going up against 1 opponent here.
Snazzy display of mechanics from Hen there. The Peace Police are calling. And Hen TV, Guild Hen, doing what he does best. Alongside Mr. Savage, getting some eliminations. I saw a lot of people all around social media saying, look, Hen and Mr. Savage, uncontested tilted. they need to qualify. This is their chance. How many times are they going to have these circumstances? And who knows? But coming into these final 2 games, it has to be a big one. They've got a lot of people rooting for them, believing in them. I'm sure they'll realize that challenge. But it isn't going to be easy. They do have a mountain to climb, and they've struggled, specifically in the middle parts of the game, and setting themselves up well enough for endgame. And of course, we know the struggles they have when it comes to actually playing as a unit in endgames at times. So we'll see what happens in these final 2 games.
But I want to know a little bit about what these players are doing for Storm Surge, because in these last 2 games, it is crucial that you do enough damage. So Mini Miner is going to tell us about that.
It absolutely is. Thank you to Carter. Now, we talked about Malibuka and Mustache profiting off a few changes to drop spots, but now we can see Uguay and Tayson, you can almost say, pushing the boat out. They're trying to get these Storm Surge tags done early on. They're currently sat at 2nd place, making sure to use the boat's rockets to try and chase this player down, because, of course, players around them have switched things up. Now they have to react to that. They're chasing this player down to try and get that damage done as early as possible.
Yeah, I think the big thing for that team, right, is that, and for any team, almost, if you can get a large amount of your damage dealt in first zone, right, it just makes, you know, playing for 2nd and 3rd a lot more simple, right? You can look to play less congested sides of the zone if you understand that, and they certainly are a team that does. For Marine and Nebs, though, they need to understand that if they don't win this fight, their chances of any sort of top 5 probably go down the drain. But no O'Reilly and Reason would not mind that. They've had their fair share of struggles off spawn here, and now you can just tell it's getting personal between them. Both teams willing to do whatever it takes just to let the other team know we will stay here and fight for as long as it takes to secure this spot for ourselves. And ultimately, the only team that wins is the Greasy Grove team.
Getting the 3rd party right, but taking a look at the map, it's all the way in Rocky Reels. I mean, the rotate they have to do after this engagement is incredibly far. So you can tell that this engagement is more for that domination of the drop spot, as Noah and Resin do have the grapple gloves already, so they can rotate out whenever they feel like it's time to. But as I see Noah popping the med kit, it's making me think that they want to stay here. They want these 2 eliminations on Marine and Nebs. But on the contrary, Marine and Nebs do not want to do too much, as my words get swallowed. Nebs opening it up, going for a shot on Noah, but it's not enough to get a big hit. And now soon, they will have to rotate out, because I don't think they have too much more heals to work with. Just the med mist on Reason there. 80 ticks. Not sure what Nebs and Marine have for heals, but hopefully it's enough, because even if they end up getting those eliminations, if they don't have enough heals to get back to zone, I mean, both duos here are going to be getting eliminated.
Yeah, that's going to be a very important part of this. How much do Marine and Nebs have to work with? I don't believe it's a lot. And that means the issue will have to be forced here. You can see Marine actually going down just to farm up some materials. Maybe that's a sign that things are going to start to break out soon here. And an attempt to save their game. Reason, wake up, my friend. You can't not be aware of what's going on around you. That kind of damage could be critical. Has to use the rest of the med mist now. And so a scenario that looked like it was in Reason and O'Reilly's favor now maybe potentially being geared towards Marine and Nebs, using a harpoon to fish a little bit. And we'll see whatever they could have got from that and how that plays into the fight now. Maybe, just maybe, this could be an opportunity for Nebs and Marine to once again win this fight out. Reason looks like he's going to go down. This is just not looking good for the Germans whatsoever. And Marine and Nebs, we'll see if they pay notice to that. But this has turned into such a great situation. And Nebs actually gets a knock because he did such a big amount of damage to Reason. And that is the sign, that is the trigger to push in and look to end this fight as quickly as possible. What can Noah do? I doubt it's much. It's not a favorable situation at all. And so that will be the end of that. Noah did actually revive Reason, but ultimately it didn't matter. If anything, that's just some extra damage being dealt for Nebs and Marine. So you can see 400 above. Not too shabby, one bit.
Question is, though, are they going to make it back to zone? We will find out shortly if we see them up in the next zones, but looking at Yosri and his duo partner here, just 11 above Storm Surge. Do have a few duos close by that they can take shots on. But with only 30 seconds left until the zone closes and Storm Surge gets activated, I'd start getting a little nervous here. A little stressed out. Drops of sweat starting to come down, but they do have a good amount of heals with the chug splashes. And now I just heard the little tick as they've been dropped down below the Storm Surge threshold as Thomas and Tripper into are wandering in from the zone. But luckily enough, they do have those opportunities to do some damage, bumping them back up to 55 above. Duos close by most likely also want damage here, so they'll have opportunities to take shots. As we can see, Thomas and Tripper are doing exactly that.
Yeah, you can see just how much all these teams are posturing for these different positions, all waiting for anybody to misstep, open themselves up, leave themselves exposed, just for an opportunity to find some sort of tag. Thomas and Trippin once again rotating way down south. And now the difficult part will be trying to move past some of these teams. You can see where Kiduo and Yushu were positioned up on that hill. Chicho and Trulex as well will be a very big obstacle to face. The best bet might be maybe going towards that north side, trying to get up through Rocky Rills, but there is another team on that side. Anything towards the east just seems like it'll be way too difficult. For other teams though, in the lobby, sometimes dealing with Surge is just way too difficult. Snooze, lose, having to throw his teammate Giras to the side, and ultimately being pushed to the side, it looks like. Oh no, actually, dealing the perfect amount of damage needed just to keep himself ticking in the game. So 46 above will give him the timing. Talk about clutch. He literally had to hit those shots, otherwise the game would have been over. And he did, keeping his team in the game.
I was gonna say you snooze, you lose, but apparently he did not snooze there as he connected the shots he had to connect. And now was able to pick up his duo partner. Issue is though, I only saw 2 big pots there, so if he gives one to his duo, he's gonna be out of shields. Hopefully they maybe have a little bit of minis, but if not, it's gonna be dangerous as Chicho, Trulex here. Amazing loadout with the legendary auto shotgun and the grapple glove here. You know, they're feeling pretty confident.
It's interesting to see where they position up here, right? Of course, on this rock for potential refarm, but they could maybe move themselves closer central towards the zone if they really wanted to. But I think opting to stay there, maybe looking to try and deal some damage onto the teams who aren't in zone will be a decent option as well for them. Nevertheless, it's the best of both worlds regardless of what they do. Krusty and Paco sitting nicely in the zone here as well. They have some decent lines of sight. Similar thing to be said about Uguay and Tayson, relatively central, and so if the zone does pull towards the southeast, they have a pathway to that perfectly fine. They'll be ahead of the teams that are trying to get there. And one of those teams is actually Mr. Savage and Hen, and Uguay having his eyes set on it, Tayson as well. This could be the end for this team. If the zone does not pull in their favor, it's not going to look good whatsoever. We'll see where it goes. It's only a matter of seconds away. If it doesn't pull towards the north or northeast, okay. It's still not going to be easy because Hen and Mr. Savage have to rotate towards Tayson and Uguay. And so you can see they are just going to keep taking shots at them. Just make their life so awkward, so difficult. And with the aim they have, a crack like that will be their doom. It's just not a nice situation for Mr. Savage and Hen, is it? These are the awkward parts of the mid-game that we talked about them struggling with. And just like that, what will their solution be? Best bet for them is to look to just full tarp into zone. They have the materials. Hen has plenty of hard materials. Your best bet probably will be just to full tarp into zone, use the mats to secure your position, and then look for a refresh, which we know that they are capable of getting.
The thing that would be ideal for Mr. Savage and Hen is a bit of environmental cover, a hill, something that can't be broken. But unfortunately, there's a pretty flat area. There are some trees and rocks, but those can be broken by being shot. But looking back at Joe's dog and Queasy here, they're also going to be looking at Mr. Savage and Hen.
Yeah, you can see Hen still waiting on those metal ramps, I believe. But finally looking now to try and make his way in. Mr. Savage did actually use a tree as cover to make his way to the zone. And so they're inching themselves a bit closer. Not fully in yet, but their time will come, I'm sure of it. For Queasy and Joe's dog though, not sitting comfortably above on Surge. But again, I'm not too worried. We know how much of a cheat code Joe's dog can be. Always able to deal damage when necessary. And very much the same for this team, Estasha Malabuka. A team that doesn't really struggle to deal damage more often than not. For Thomas and Trippin, we saw how far they rotated all the way from Rave Cave down south. And they just haven't been able to do a good enough job of playing dead side and actually getting their surge when doing it. They're clearly committed to playing dead side, but not dealing the best amount of damage. But if they can catch players asleep, it won't matter too much. Looking to make that play and just wasn't able to get in time. And so now the journey continues. They need to deal damage though. They need to take a fight. That is essential. But when you have Thomas HD, you're only a matter of seconds away from being able to deal big amounts of damage. A couple nice shots coming through there, but the lobby has his sights set. And so the armored walls will be crucial. Still not above though. Need to do a bit more damage. And while Thomas heals, Trippin maybe having to take that responsibility. They can't just sit here and out heal. Ultimately, they need to try and figure out something they can do. 8 players need to go down. 5 now. So maybe as time ticks, maybe they will decide that's the option. Thomas HD, you bad boy. What a player. Always just ready to deal big. He's so clutch. I don't get it. He just doesn't, you know, fold in the heat of adversity, right? Will always hit the big shots when needed and saving his team just in those final moments there to keep them above the surge threshold.
In the most crucial moments of the match, you can count on Thomas HD there to not get over nervous. 5th match of the day out of 6. This is the second to last, so this is the match you really want to set yourself up for that final game. As now, Pesca King right now, 10 below. Storm Surge just has to get one shot onto an opponent here as the rotate begins. Wolfgod also on the feed getting elimination, but his duo partner has been taken down. Gonna pick up his loot, his materials, and continue to rotate, but all these duos are already inside of the zone, making it incredibly difficult for Pesca King here. Now 2 below. And Storm Surge and the opponents there are gonna take him out as Default is gonna pick up that loot quickly, placing down an armored wall to have time to loot as we switch over to hard find ADN here, who are into a sticky situation. Only 3 HP to work with here, using that harpoon to get into the opponent's box, but there is not much you can do when you're that low in HP, and it's Tayson and Uguay close by. You also have Mr. Savage and Hen, who are getting themselves into an engagement here. This could be incredibly dangerous for the duo, as Mr. Savage does go down on the feed, and now Tayson and Uguay have a little bit of a option here. Do they take shots on the duos that are taking the engagement, or do they begin to rotate? And it looks like they're gonna go for that rotate here, as the zone has pulled to the opposite side. 6 zone, first moving, is pulling north.
Brilliantly timed, right? You see instantly Tayson alert at the fact that there was a pathway there. Some old builds as well that could be used for detection. And now that they're the first ones in, they can be the holders in this lobby. And you see exactly what the holders will look to do. They'll look back at all the players who haven't yet rotated into zone and try and get shots off. A bit of a difficult time Tayson's having there. And so maybe not the best opportunities for them, eliminations, but nevertheless, putting his team in a great position to move forward in this game. For Coop and Nipsey though, not the greatest of positions, running along builds that aren't yours, walking past walls that you don't have the edits for is never an easy thing to do. And ultimately it ends up with situations like this where your teammate Nipsey goes down, and for Coop, it's just a matter of time before he runs out of builds himself. And what can he do when that happens? It doesn't look too great. Thomas actually is down at the hands of Yusri, and so Trippin now having to clutch up, but not a situation he's unfamiliar to. Will he be able to get his revenge though? Doesn't connect onto Yusri there, and needs to be careful now that he doesn't run into the wrong box. Oh goodness, it's not looking good, having to run all the way back around the other side of the zone, and if he's not careful, he's gonna start running into other players as well. It's Hen on the other side of these builds. He needs to just connect with a big shot, and a big shot he'll connect with. Wipes out Hen, crushes him below, and Tripper now has a foot in this game, but can he push his other foot through the door? Kanox and Crown, they're the ones on height. An unfamiliar team in this circumstance, but nevertheless, they'll look to hold it, staying ahead of the zone and pressuring the teams who maybe will look to take it. Gripey and Cheating though, they now are trying to do what they did earlier on in the day. For Trippin, he's trying to connect with even more big shots, and that's what he's gonna do. Trippin is gonna keep hitting. Uguay falls, but eventually Tayson will avenge his fallen soldier. And then a brilliant attempt from Trippin, but not enough when it came down to it. But you can see the rest of the lobby, things are falling into place. Queasy and Joe's Dog not up on height, but we've already seen today they don't need to be here to win games. They will wipe out anybody on their layer. Fusion sent back to the lobby. Joe's Dog does not rest at all. There is no rest. 5 eliminations, looking for even more as well.
Switching over to Murstache and Malibuka, 3 eliminations for the duo. They are feeling good. Remember, top 5 qualifies, so that is what they're looking for currently in the 7th place spot. Bumped up the leaderboard so much from the first matches as we switch over to Tayson, who is still playing as a solo, has 2 eliminations, but wants to rack up some more. There's still that duo on high ground applying the pressure from above. Tayson has to be careful as he gets taken out from that high ground duo, but now Gripey, Sheeden with 3 eliminations have control of this low ground, but the materials are looking low, and now Trulex and Chico have taken this high ground. They have that advantageous position, raining down from above, doing the damage, and Joe's Dog and Queasy, they're still up.
So many of these teams left in the lobby, not many materials left. And so you got to start hitting big shots. I feel like every POV we have, nobody has more than 3 builds, it seems. You have to connect with a big shot. You have to get them Cypher mats. And for Gripey and Cheating, that's what's going to have to happen. But it can't happen because they can't connect. Mustache and Malibuka now. Mustache going down, Malibuka in a clutch situation. Will revenge and get the elimination onto Cheating. And so now, what will he be able to get from his teammate? Will he even look to get the revive of up on height though? Chicho picking up eliminations. Trulex has fallen, so now he has to win out the game as a solo. Chicho, what will it be? Can he clutch up? Can he get the revive? Malibuka went for a revive onto Mustache, but it doesn't work out. It doesn't pay off, and so he has to commit to being a solo here. What can he do? 3 teams left in this one. 1 duo, 2 solos, and Chicho trying to do everything he can as a solo. Picks up the knock onto Combat, and so now it's a 1v1v1. Chicho needs to do everything he can to win. Blatcher now going up against Malibuka, a titan in the region. What can this newer player do to cement himself in the game, in the lobby, trying to work around when Malibuka's blocking him off, eventually in the zone, but Chicho is there, and Chicho will finally connect, and now Chicho, the Serbian, the young gunner, up against Malibuka, a 1v1. To win it all, Malibuka will do it. 3 eliminations for him and another 3 for Mustache. The victory royale, back to back for those boys. We talked about whether or not they can mount a phenomenal historical comeback, and that's what they're about to do again. Season after season, Takata.
What are we witnessing right now, Levin? The back-to-back victory royale from Murstache and Malibuka, from going in halfway through the tournament, I believe in like 35th spot, to all the way up now in the top 5. Murstache and Malibuka, I am riding the hype train. They are feeling confident, they're feeling happy, and they have really set themselves up for this game 6.
This is what we like to see. A dominant team coming back. And for people who maybe don't know, last season, this is literally what they did, right? Qualifier 1, they have a couple rough games, and they came and they won basically every game they got the chance to play out, and they qualified. It's looking like they're going to do that again. We're going to kick it down to the analysts, though, to break it all down and really see if they can do it.
What do we say in these situations? You know, what do you want me to do? Okay, they come back for the double back-to-back. First off, I just gotta say, incredibly impressive. In those moments, many players will hesitate. Many players will go to take that step and be like, wait, is this the right move? And then by that point, it's too late. Not here, though. You just go and you're like, I know how to hit my shots. There's the reticle. That's the victory royale, baby.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm getting a pretty severe case of deja vu right now. Last season, Qualifier 1, 3 wins from Malibuka and Murstache. We played 5 games so far, 2 wins from Malibuka and Murstache. I mean, I don't want to predict the final game up ahead of time, but if I've got to say something.
If they're able to hit the 3-peat, that would just be absolutely unreal. But Also, I can't help but notice the fact that these two just seem like they've been lulling this entire lobby into a false sense of security, making them think, you know, those first 3 rounds, nothing from Malibuca, nothing from Merstash, going down early. But if you're ever talking about a time to clutch it up, they have got to be soaring up in the leaderboards after these back-to-back performances.
I remember speaking to Eleven, and he said something that stuck with me a while ago. He was like, if you watch a player make a play, doesn't matter what region, doesn't matter what it was, and you can sit there and say, Malibuca and Merstash would have not picked you up during that, good play. But half of the plays that I watch, you're like, nah, Malibuca and Merstash would have easily done exactly what we just saw, wiped out everyone at that moment. And I think that's what we've seen the first kind of 3 games leading into that. People were getting away with things that we didn't think they necessarily would. Those last 2 games, you can't make those mistakes.
TrueLex and Chico, another duo that you're just like, what's going on? You're under the radar. Never mind, you're just showing up huge. I mean, especially with 1 game left to go. This is the kind of place you want to be.
This is massive from them. They're actually got a really impressive mid game. I said this just in the back there to Mini, that in the last 2 seasons finals, so 12 games each, 24 matches, there's only 2 games they've gone down before endgame. So that's incredibly impressive. 22 or 24 games they make it to endgame. And this is obviously another one to the tally on top of that honestly, this is much deeper than they usually get. I'm impressed, and that was the height play. Usually these guys play low and mid. They managed to change things up a little bit, go up onto height, and obviously that kept them going a little bit deeper into the game.
One unfortunate aspect, though, to consider is that this is the first time that we're not seeing one of these duos walk away with a double elim scoring. It seems things have finally slowed down just a little bit in this 5th match, but I guess that's kind of to be expected when you really think about it, because there's a lot of pressure, I think, riding on these duos, wanting to make sure that they secure that top 5 spot so they can just qualify immediately off of day 1.
Here we go. Malibuca, I'm sorry. Merstash. Right here. Oof. On the line after that victory royale, right? That is putting them right there. So let's just say top to bottom, right? Joe's Dog, Queasy. Okay, they've probably qualified. Let's just ignore them at least for just a moment and look at everybody else. I think from 2nd to 4th, we might just see a couple, lane changes. But for Malibuca and Merstash, especially when you're looking at Kiduo, dude, they're so close.
I think when I look at this, right, I'm sitting here and I'm going, you got the Falcon boys, you got TrueLex and Chico, and you got Gripey and Cheating. They're not safe. You're saying it's close. But if we see any of those 2 go down early, it's wraps for them. I mean, the guys to keep your eyes on really are these 3, of course, down here. Yuzuri, Kiduo, Merstash, and Malibuca, of course. We want to watch them as it is anyway. And of course, Tripper and Thomas HD. Down below, still possible, but these guys pretty much got to win or have a massive game on top of that. But all of these guys are close. If we switch over to that 2nd page as well, let's see who's close. We're 100, remember, at the bottom of this one. 99. So still, to be honest with you, I would say, I'll give them credit. Anyone 95 and up, which is Hen and Savage, if they will have a big game and win there, can fly up and manage to actually get into a top 5, because I don't know how much it'll shift, but imagine that threshold's probably up about 20 points or something like that.
These are the slimmest margins, though, that a lot of these duos are working with, and especially for the team that's riding in that 5th place position. I'm sorry, Kiduo, Yusri, they've definitely been showing their moments to shine, but at the same time, with the way that Merstash and Malibuca are just coming out like absolute demons these past 2 rounds, I would not be surprised if they are sweating a little bit here.
Tell you what, I want to see it. I want to see Merstash and Malibuca do it, but I also want to see Thomas and Tripper manage to qual. I think these are 2 duos that will almost guarantee qualify at some point through to the finals. Yeah. This is the first qualifier, which generally what you'll see is the teams who qualify through in Qualifier 1 are the ones who do the best in finals because they're the highest quality teams, and that's exactly what Thomas and HD and Tripper are as well.
And again, Thomas as well, I think we've seen a lot of great solo instances from him. Even Tripper. Tripper's been left to fend for his own a few of these times, and he's still just managing to barely hold on long enough just to make sure that they're able to secure all the more points.
And that exact game that we're watching right now is a perfect example of that. He was left to himself. He clutched up absolutely tons of points. I don't know how many off the top of my head because I didn't count it just before we went on there, but a lot, similarly.
Just the difference in experience, right? A lot of these duos are ready, right? They're like, we've been in FNCS before. We've done this dance already. We know exactly what we need to be doing to try and get ourselves these points. This is it. The last game out of qualifier number 1 here in Europe. Let's do this. This is Game
6. Comes down to this. The final match of the day. There's so many storylines to follow, but there's one that I'm interested in, Levin. It's Merstash Malibuca. They've been taking a 50-50 off spawn in these previous matches, and now in the last match, they just have to come out on top one more time to grant them that opportunity to make it into the top 5 and qualify directly to the final.
Yeah, literally, this off-spawn battle for them is literally all or nothing, right? Pablo and Swag could hold the keys to what is the end of an FNCS run that would have been absolutely spectacular. But as we hop into this final game, let's see who really is about it. Can Malibuka and Mustache hold their cool off-spawn at Loot Lake, or will they fall and crumble under the pressure? They need to have good drops. It's not something they've done too well in previous competitions, but now there is truly no excuse. You can see them sort of on the right of the screen landing, and it does look like Swag and Pablo have better drops. Are they gonna swerve? Yes, they will. They have to swerve. It is their best option. But will they even stay alive? They need to be careful. Malibuka already taking shots. Mustache as well. They can't afford to have any hiccups.
This is dangerous, Levin. Malibuka and Mustache now are sandwiched between Tayson Uguay and Pablo Wingu and his duo partner here in the center of the map, in the Loot Lake. So, I mean, the first duo that takes the engagement here is risking the third party coming in. So they really have to think about what they're gonna do here. Are they gonna loot up? Are they gonna wait it out? Are they gonna go for a quick engagement? I mean, there's so many options, but the correct one, it's really down to them.
Yeah, very wise dodge though, to swerve off spawn like that. Couldn't afford to allow this final game, this final opportunity to go down to a 50-50 engagement. And so we'll closely follow what happens for the rest of it. You can see Meld once again having to try and clutch up. It's his duty now to do everything he can in an attempt to keep him and Pickle in the game. Of course, things haven't necessarily gone the way they would have wanted to, but nevertheless, he will do everything to win this fight. It may be another time where he's up against his team. It's a good thing to let them know who runs this part of the map, and it seems like that's what's gonna happen. Okay, Meld scared me there for a moment, but eventually we'll take down Artur. But we're seeing names in the feed go down, and I'm seeing a lot going on. I saw Nebs go down in the feed. I believe I saw Thomas HD go down as well. There is a lot going on. We're gonna try and update you on everything as it takes place. But clearly, people coming into this last game with a different sort of fire in their eyes.
A lot of duos that kind of go for the all or nothing. And ADN might just be one of those, as that's how he took out Thomas HD there in the Rave Cave. I mean, it's dangerous. It's the last match, Levin.
This is now all on Trippin to stay in the game and try and do everything he can. Of course, they were so close to qualifying, but they need to stay up. For Chapik, so Uguay, I should say, and Tayson picking up an easy little knock there onto Pickle. There wasn't much he could do, forced to glide in the air after being rebooted. And so once again, Meld in a situation where he has to clutch up, but against these two, there's never really much hope, is there? Tayson will close it out, and Uguay will get the loot. For the, not much loot there, to be fair, from a rebooted player, but nevertheless, we move on to Coney Crossroads, where Zestin and Waze are looking to take a fight. 8th place. This is another one of those teams that very much has a chance. We've not necessarily highlighted them a great deal today, but sitting in 8th place at this point, a big game could do wonders for your chances, especially if the likes of Thomas HD and Trippin are going to have some bad moments. For Malibuka and Mustache, though, on the other side of this fight, they don't want to be taking this fight potentially. These are two teams that very much have a big say in how the rest of these games go. Malibuka, you got to create some space, buddy. You can't afford to sit in that box. They're going to take you down. You need to stop. You need to heal. Mustache will need to do everything he can to delay as long as possible. They don't have much mats to work with, but they need to make the best of what they've got. There's now 3 different teams in this area, and 2 of them are big players in the standings.
And Malibuka and Mustache actually have 12 chug splashes. They just used a bit, but they have more than enough loot and shield to take these engagements if it's something that they want to do. It's incredibly risky, but when you're in the last match, Levin, you might have to take those risks to come out on top. As Mustache and Malibuka now connect the shot, but it's not enough to give them that opportunity to play more aggressive, as the opponents are the ones that are playing aggressive here. Mustache now trying to get a different angle, uses that mantling mechanic to get a nice 40 tag, but quickly goes back down to regroup with his duo partner, Malibuka, now playing down below. They know the danger from the duos close by. There is one up above on the high ground, but there is that sneaky duo down below that can always come for the third party at the perfect moment. So they know that they have to play this slow. They have to play this calm and collected as Merstash is crouched now. Trying to see if he can wander around, get a cheeky little angle here. They are in 6th place, just 1 place away from the cutoff. But being in the early game, these moments are crucial to set them up for the mid and the late game, as Merstash now is looking to make something happen, looking for a play as the players, the opposing duos, put themselves into an engagement, and Merstash is taking advantage of that as he gets a huge tag onto one of his opponents now. Just has to blow on him to get him eliminated, but be careful. Waze drops down below, huge shot onto him, gets a knock onto his teammate as well, and now Merstash and Malibuka, they have not only the HP advantage, they have the player advantage as well, as Merstash goes right in and takes out Waze. Round of applause for this duo playing it so perfectly. They're waiting for the right moment to strike and just doing it so well.
Merstash is one of the nicest players you'll meet in the Fortnite scene, but when it comes to moments like that, he's forced to be a bully, the bad man in the lobby, and he thrives in that role. A very nicely executed fight there. A quick little cleanup, and now an opportunity to really do what everybody, I think, watching hopes they can, which is win a 3rd game in a row. What a story that would be, to win just back-to-back-to-back games to Carter. You don't really see that every day, regardless of what region you're on.
That would be incredibly impressive. 3 victory royales in a row in a round 4. Well, let's look back at this match here as Mr. Savage now alongside Hen look like they also need to make something happen. Currently in the 13th place spot, but they're at 95 points. I believe the cutoff for top 5 was around 127. So it's very possible that they can make that comeback if they get a big game here. As we switch over to Frey, though, with his duo partner, Cold. Fan looking for the angles, looking for the connections onto their opponents here as they ramp above, get that positional high ground, and now looking to see if they can get a wall or get any bit of piece onto their opponent to get that elimination. And they're playing so well together, grouped up as a duo, making sure that not one of them is going to get picked off here as they hunt down their prey. But their prey is getting a little scared here. It's the #1 team. It's Joe's dog, and he goes down.
This is a turn of events, one that very much makes things a bit better for the players below them in the standings, but just that bit worse for Queasy. It'll be very interesting now. There's a couple teams below, obviously on very high points, right? We obviously talked about tasting a new great. Will this now be their chance to rise up into 1st place if Queasy can't mount a comeback? For me personally, I'd love that. Obviously I predicted them, right? So getting a 1st place would help me to win the grand prize at the end of the season amongst us talent. But when it comes to the players themselves, it wouldn't be a great way to finish things off for Queasy and Joe's dog. Nevertheless, though, they have played phenomenally today, and I think as much as we are paying so much attention to all the teams who are looking to qualify through, it is good to take a moment to just really appreciate what these guys have been able to do. Very dominant on high ground and on mid ground as well in these games. A newer duo that many people have high expectations of, and they're rising to those expectations.
Out of the reminder that if you want to learn a bit more of the background of these pro players, these veterans of Fortnite competitive, you can always check out the FN Comp official Instagram page for all that amazing Fortnite competitive content. But looking back here at U3 and Kiddo, they're looking like they're a little far back in the zone here. Have to plan out their rotate, but being the 2nd zone, they have a lot of time to make that decision. Still 1 minute and 30 seconds until the zone even starts closing, so now it's all about just farming up on their rotate, making sure they're ready and good to go. But look back over here, it's Mr. Savage and Hen looking to make something happen. They know they need a big match here. It is the last game, the last opportunity in this 1st qualifier to make something happen and possibly get into that top 5 spot to qualify them to the finals.
The Hen and Mr. Savage It's been a turbulent day, to say the least. They've had their highs, maybe 1 or 2 lows that just aren't going to be what cuts it if you want to be one of the elite teams, one of the teams that is winning the FNCS final. And they've got time to cut these things out of their game. But when it comes to Qualifier 1, we might just see it come to a crushing finish, I should say, sorry. Mr. Savage being taken out, players in his face, he just couldn't handle the pressure. And Hen, as good as he is, may not be able to do that either. As players coming from above, around the side, Hydra and Belusi, they've not had the best day. 45th isn't the best of placement, but that doesn't matter in this fight. All that matters is them hitting their shots, and they've done a great job of that. Will they let Hen survive, though? Will they let him live to tell the story? He's waiting patiently. But if you know Hen, you know his mind thinks in one thing and one thing only, that's eliminations, and so he'll jump right back in, trying to hit some crucial shots, but needs to connect to something bigger than that. That's not going to cut it, that's not going to bring his teammate back. And ultimately now, forced to sit and heal. But this is one of those messy fights we see in these later games from all these teams that are just so desperate to move up in the standings and just prove something to themselves almost. As qualification is maybe a bit too far out of sight.
But they can get the series points. It's all about doing the best you can and getting as many points as possible. And that's why they're going for those early game eliminations to set them up for that late game, as Belusi and Hydro have had time now to heal up, recuperate all their shield that they lost in that engagement. As Hen now is hiding, crouching under the cold brick here, trying to see if he can maybe get a surprise attack onto one of his opponents, but he does make the edit, which makes some noise. Question is, though, did his opponents hear it as zone now continues to close?
Yeah, you can see the zone pulling towards the northwest. Mountainous. And so what that means for a lot of these teams like Bevies and Vortexes, as you rotate your way on in, you have to be very aware of the teams up on these mountains, ready to take shots at you. The good thing is about this area is that you will be able to use the trees as cover, and because of the latest patch, you can't actually knock these trees down anymore, right? And so you don't have to fear those teams looking to mess you up that way.
Speaking about rotations, though, I want to know what happened with Trulex and Chicho. So let's throw it over to Mini Miner and see what he has to say.
Thank you to Carter. Now we're looking at a top 5 team right here in Trulex and Chico. They already have 2 eliminations off spawn, which gives them that flexibility to rotate more into the center of the zone. They have that storm surge damage off the rip, really good for them. They have flexibility to go to the center of the zone, and they don't have to pitch up on these hills that we're seeing them on right now. Let's see if they're going to be still above later on, though.
Let us see. Will they still be above? Trulex and Chicho have been very impressive so far in these games. And a team that I'm very excited for moving forward, right? When we talk about teams evolving, teams improving, they definitely showed us what they could do last season when it comes to early and mid-game. I'm sure Trulex will constantly be talking about how he is the owner of Rocky Reels, and he's definitely earned that title. Rocky Reels belongs to him, but when it comes to endgame, their cohesion, their synergy wasn't up to scratch, but this season it's been a lot better. And we're already seeing the effects of that in some of these games we've watched today. And hopefully we can see more of that later. For Hendo, he has been able to pick Mr. Savage back up and bring him back to life. But is it going to be back to the reality of them not being able to find a solid foothold in this game? It seems like it. There are players in the safe zone taking shots at them. And Mr. Savage with no materials, not much HP left, might just be going back to where he was a couple minutes ago, spectating Hen. And even with Hen's circumstances, who knows how long he'll be able to stay up for. They'll try their hardest, though. And with 2 players as good as these 2, their hardest sometimes will be enough. They just need to deal with Pablo and Swag, who are making things so much more difficult for them.
This is a dangerous situation to be in. Middle of Loot Lake, going up against some opponents while Storm Surge is taken. Mr. Savage is going to go down, but Hen might be able to take that disadvantage and turn it into an advantage as he takes down one. And with a clean striker pump shot, 172 takes down both opponents, clutching it up. But Mr. Savage did go down, and now he's going to have to reboot him back up if that's the play that he decides to do, as it is a dangerous one with the zone already coming to a close here. Fourth zone going to be appeared in just 40 seconds now, so that reboot might just be a little too risky, but we're looking at Merstash. We're looking at Malibuka, 6th place spot still, fighting for that qualify.
For Kiduo and U Street, they are also fighting. They're the team that currently holds 5th, and they will do everything they can to hold on to that position. Inspiring form from these two players, both lacking the experience of more of the veterans that they're up against on the standings, but not folding, not wielding, continuing to fight up to the final moment. And so we'll see what they can do as we move forward into the 4th zone. They do have a pathway to it. Potentially going up that hill as well will be the better option. And so we'll see what they opt to do for Chicho and Trulex though. Not surprised to see them positioned well in the zone. Some grapple gloves as well. It's definitely setting up to be a very good game for this duo.
This could be the one. They're in 3rd place, so they are in that qualifying range, but you don't want to get too comfortable as quickly the tables can turn, get tilted and fall down, as Vortex now is left alone as a solo. Does have his duo partner on his knees, so he can pick him back up if he has those 10 seconds to spare, and it looks like he might, as his opponents have slowly started to go away, but actually Noah is still there, and he's hungry as he cancels that revive, and now Noah left alone as a solo. Actually, no, the revive has been made. Vortex picked up his duo partner, so now Noah is back into a 1 versus 2, and now with the shield keg on the ground, the shields being recuperated. Noah either has to take the 1 versus 2, or he has to take the disengagement, but great positioning here from Vortex, getting a sneaky angle, and now looking to see if he can make something happen as he continues to look for angles. Storm Surge appears 656 above. It's looking good for this duo, but what's not looking good is the zone as it's coming to a close and the rotate has to begin. So many duos already in the zone, boxed up, positioned to look back and take shots of these duos that are rotating in late. And some of them needing that damage as Gripey here. 41 below, has that legendary striker pump shotgun, has the grapple glove, but what he does not have is the damage. Luckily enough, there are a lot of duos close by. You hear the shots coming out. The engagement's beginning, but finding that damage without putting yourself in a risky situation is the ultimate goal here. If you can get some damage from afar without having to go into the box fight, it would be perfect. And that's exactly what Cheatin is going to do here. And now 190 above. Great job making use of that patience and getting the damage needed with now only 5 seconds until 5th zone appears. The half in, half out. Is it going to pull north, south, west, east? It ends up pulling southwest. Almost no duos currently in the zone, so the rotates are going to have to begin.
For Tayson and Uguay, that journey will be aided by the use of grapple gloves. There are definitely things for them to latch onto as well. In previous games, we saw them look to make that rotation relatively early. And so we'll pay close attention to the timing of that. But this really is a great opportunity for them, right? To take first place. Queasy and Joe's dog aren't in this game. They have fallen. And so it's an opportunity for now for Tayson and Uguay to solidify themselves in first place and set the standard for everybody else watching around the world. But they can't do that if Tayson's taking big damage like that. That wasn't good. Hopefully he's all right. Payna, Ryzen, they have a long ways to go. And you can see they're just gonna slide their way down the hill. This is such a scuffed situation to be in, especially down below on Surge, trying to hit shotgun shots while sliding down mountains. It's never an ideal situation to be in, but it's a situation they face and not one they're gonna deal with well. Pre-edited flaws as well. Needs to just take a moment to chill relax. Tayson's still up. Uguay leading the way, and they have now found a position in the zone.
I like it too. Down below, nice little sneaky tarp. I believe not even too many people know that they're currently positioned there. So they conserved mats, not building full boxes, and they've even made it into zone without losing too much shield. So a great rotate there from Uguay and Tayson. But the question is now, that first moving zone is going to appear in just 3 seconds. Depending on where it goes, it could be very good for this duo that currently has high ground. But with such an elevation change, it's going to be difficult to maintain it. But no, it pulls south, close to a river. A lot of these duos are going to have a quick change in elevation now. And they'll have to plan ahead to make the rotate as quick and as clean as possible, as HiChris now with that positional advantage, taking shots on all the players that are beginning their rotate, trying to get on that side of the mountain, which the zone is pulling to, as Cheetah now only 3 shots on the grapple glove. Zone starts closing, rotates begin. The chaos starts, and now Cheetah looking to see if he can get himself into a position. Nice little refresh, good amount of materials, and now 88 below. They still have to get more damage, but using the last shot is going to get them ahead of zone.
Yeah, and this is nice. They can set themselves up to deal that necessary damage. You can see making sure to make the builds to be all the way back up. They'll have vision of a lot of these teams, but holding high ground is going to be so difficult for whoever wants to take up that responsibility. We saw HiChris and Vortex up there, but let's see if they can hold on to it. For Kiduo though, it's not going to be easy. For anybody trying to hold height against Uguay and Tayson, it certainly won't be easy. The build fight comes through. Vortex pushed down. Uguay hitting shots. On the front side though, Tayson up against HiChris. And it looks like HiChris actually won that battle, but for how much longer? As Uguay is chopped down, can he connect to a shot though? He might actually be forced down. HiChris and Vortex winning the height battle for now against Tayson and Uguay. But as I said, for now, because they will always be a threat to it. Gripedo now as a solo, he has to do everything possible to hold on. His chances at the FNCS final ride on this performance in this game. Can he secure himself?
Currently in the 4th place spot, but switching over to Merstash and Malibuka, still in that 6th place spot, just 1 position away to getting inside of that qualifying threshold, 441 above, as we switch over to Yusri here. Looking to rotate out through the mid and low ground. They do have the grapple gloves, but switching back to Tayson, knocking down 1, bumping up that elimination counter. And will this be the opportunity to go for the high ground as he looks for more, looks for the action, but Trulex gets a knock, continues his rotate here, has the grapple glove. Going back to Tayson though, has Vortex boxed up, is unable to connect his shot though, now looking for an angle. But Uguay is going to be able to take it, and I believe Tayson and Uguay might just have the high ground now. They might be able to secure this match. Will it be enough to take that #1 spot from Joe's Dog and Queasy, who did go down early, but in the meantime, Merstash Malibuka have bumped themselves up into the qualifying range. They are currently in the 5th place spot, and they want to continue to go up in the leaderboard. 147, quick striker pump shot, but quickly going to regroup here.
Yeah, that's everything for that duo now. They're exactly right where they want to be. For Gripedo, he's going to be back to the lobby and just have to hope and pray that his spot will hold in 4th place. The 3rd place team looking very strong there. And for Tayson and Uguay, this is their reign of dominance capped off. 1st place sitting up above the lobby, looking down at everyone like peasants. For Kiduo and Yusri though, they're currently holding 5th place now. They need to do everything they can up against Malibuka and Mustache getting eliminations in the feed. And so for that duo, can they hold on to 5th place? This is their chance at the FNCS, riding on this one. Trulex gets taken out, and Chicho will follow suit. And so for Kiduo and Yusri, they've now pushed themselves into 4th place. They've moved up the ladder, they've moved up the standings, and as it stands, they hold a spot in the FNCS final, but they need to be careful. No materials means no real space to work with. For Mustache and Malibuka, they're sort of tiptoeing around those spots, and so they've moved Yusri and Kiduo back to 5th place as they take 4th place, and they might look to wipe out the rest of the lobby. Will this be the 3rd game in a row for Malibuka and Mustache? They want to do it, but Uguay might just have a say. He might be the one to stop it. Can Tayson, the GOAT, do anything? It seems just like it. He will get a knock on Mustache, and so Malabuka now can't win again. Second place though is phenomenal, but for Tayson and Uguay to finish things off in first place with the Victory Royale, that is an FNCS winning duo in front of our screens. What a day.
Tayson and Uguay finishing off strong, crushing their Mustache and Malabuka train. But was it really crushing, Levin? Because from the back-to-back Victory Royale to the second place in the last match, it was enough to bump them up into that fourth place spot, into that qualifying range. And also the GOAT, Tayson, alongside Uguay, were able to take it home. I mean, you know that both of those duos are feeling good.
Look, I'll give Tayson and Uguay their flowers all day long. It's why I predicted them. But for Malabuka and Mustache, right, to be down in the dirt, in the mud, win 2 back-to-back games, then come second. Look, I just gotta put my hands up. If I had a hat, it would be off right now. A phenomenal day of games, brilliant action. Takata, it's been an absolute pleasure breaking the games down. But now we kick it back to Zeke, Reese, and Taco to show us the standings.
Thank you guys so much. Just fantastic set of games and fantastic cast from you. My goodness, just the entire shakeups, right? That's the thing I love about Fortnite, is that you can never know how things are gonna go, right? You're just so sure things are gonna go one way, and then a duo just shows up and just says, we weren't even in competing range. Guess what? We just need 3 games, and now we'll make top 5.
I mean, there's one duo, pretty much one duo only, who historically has ever done that. Malabuka and Mustache. What more can we really say? I need to readjust my glasses so I can see this properly. If you notice in the bottom left, obviously they were teetering on the edge. They're the bubble team. They're on 6th. Right there, it just moved up to 5th. We were watching the entire time. It was going 5th, 6th, 4th. See, they're back down to 6th now if you're paying attention to the placement there. Repeatedly, and I mean repeatedly, Mustache and Malabuka were absolutely just fragging out, doing exactly what they do best. Max after max after max. I'm a little disappointed they didn't win the game, so they didn't go to the 3-time back-to-back Victory Royale.
That would have been crazy.
But for them to qualify in 3 games, 2 FNCS in a row, these players are undoubtedly 2 of the best players, not only in EU, but in the world.
Their late game domination certainly shined here today. And not only that, but for a moment, I thought we were starting to watch a VOD of what was happening in Chapter 3 Season 2, because these guys, you just cannot count them out. It's just as Levin was saying, they were down horrendously. And for them to have a resurgence like this come so alive when it matters most, that I think is the true shining or showcasing of players with a lot of experience and just a lot of confidence in their own gameplay.
That's right. We got to take a look at the standings. So we did watch a duo fall out. Look at that, Kiduo and Yusuri. Now, it's okay. It's okay that they did not make top 5. Remember, we have a secondary leaderboard, the series point leaderboard. As long as they continue to do well, we will see them competing in finals. But this is our top 5 going through. My goodness.
Wow.
And of course, I mean, look, Tayson fam, sound off. You guys can, go ahead. Yeah, I know. All right, all right.
I'm going to do the Tayson pose for a second. I think that's all that needs to be said.
Okay. There you go. Trulex and Chico, Queasy and Joe's Dog, Mustache and Malabuka and Cheatin and Gripey show up here, and they make it into the top 5. Just a phenomenal set of 6 games. I mean, once again, you just can't predict this stuff, man. You think you know, and the players are just like, hey, you want a cool game? You want to be entertained? We got you.
Yeah, absolutely. Realistically, the men on top of the lobby right now, Tayson and Uguay, 201 points. They've been the stars of the show today.
Yeah.
And we basically summed up at the top of the show for this exact reason. Like, they've been so good at the start of this season already in the cash cups and everything. They've been putting the time. They've been practicing, and it's showing. I genuinely believe that we haven't seen the best Tayson in team modes yet. I think we've seen him in solos when it comes to a lot of solos before. But I genuinely believe we will, if he keeps us up, be unstoppable this season.
I think in matches 5 and 6 especially, we really started to see a lot of that cohesion coming through for Tayson and Uguay. It just felt as though they were working one after the other, so in sync when they were taking a lot of these challenges throughout those closing and moving circles. And that's not an easy feat. There is so much pressure riding on a lot of these instances, but for players like Tayson and Uguay, I mean, we talk about consistency all the time, and this is the reason why. It's because they were consistently putting up elans, consistently making it into those final circles. circles, and it's just tough, I think, to try and dethrone them at that point.
And I think like the one main consistency that I like about them is the way they always take high. It's always the same. Always pinch from either side of the zone coming up.
Perfect timing.
Chapix always at the backside. Tayson always at the front. Every single time it's the same. Every time they take high, it's the exact same thing for them. So to see them do that 2 of the 6 games today and do super well in them, amazing.
Super impressive. Let's go ahead and join our in-game team as we prepare to wrap up the day. My goodness, we got to talk through our predictions. Of course, some of you guys are right. I was wrong. It's fine. Just got to spread the love as it is. How do we feel the day has gone overall?
Amazing.
Okay.
Amazingly. It's gone great, Zeke.
That's good. Okay, could you elaborate?
I won.
I'm sorry. What was that number 1? Not gonna happen, Zeke. You're blurring out a little bit for me. Is there? Well,
Look,
you know.
This is what I get.
Zeke,
Revisit.
When I give you a certified 11 guarantee that a team is gonna qual, they're gonna qual. You just gotta listen to me, bruv.
I just need that before we start the show so I can get my prediction.
He copies. He does.
What do you think, Takata?
Look, Joe's Dog and Queasy, they started off strong. They finished not so strong, but in the 3rd place spot, you know they're happy, and this is just the beginning, right? These 5 duos in the top 5 are going to be going directly to the finals, so I'm sure they'll have time to practice now. They'll have time to improve and adapt from the mistakes made today, and you know, in the finals, Joe's Dog and Queasy are going to outperform Tayson, so.
Ooh, okay, big calls. But I agree, because I chose them too. And it was the right choice, of course. We had a few questions maybe asked about their chemistry. You know, is it going to be a little bit difficult for them to vibe out together? And of course, Zeke had a few questions to ask about the sort of solidity of my predictions, might I add, earlier on in the show. And now we have proven to be on top, me and Takata, and Zeke has fallen short yet again.
That's what I get for trying to be the good guy. It happens.
Sorry.
Well, that is pretty much it for the competition. Camera, come over here. Just get them out of here. That is it for at least qualifier number 1 in Europe. If you like what you're seeing, don't forget NA East, not that far away. Another 6 games there. And of course, we're back next week, Friday and Sunday for qualifiers 2 and 3. We love you guys. Keep yourself safe. And as always, we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, 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 beep.
Always in my shot.
I gotta get in.